fucking vape's not working, and I'm goddamn pissed off. I'm a nicotine gum for backup. I know I should have bought another one. To go out in this fucking rain later today. To pick one up. Because I'm gonna get all fucking angry. God. Annoying. Yeah, okay, that's better. Okay. We just post everywhere that we're live. All right, folks. We're live. Let me just log in over here. Dude, this is really, really pissing me off. Like, why all of a sudden does my vape not fucking work? Or charge? Or anything? Multi-stream chat. Okay.
online, then blame the Jew. Name.
Alright. This fucking video got blocked, and I'm so pissed off about it. Let's see about this. Hey, Carly. I see you over there in the YouTube chat. You're still here. What's up?
You can't spell.
I'm figuring it out. I'm still figuring it out on Streamlabs, how to do dual streams and see all the chats and whatnot. So. Okay. Y'all are gonna see me. Oh, hey, there you go. So yeah, see, it's not popping up in my Streamlabs multi-stream chat window, so I have to have YouTube open over on the side so I can see your messages. How are you? Ready for snow? It was supposed to start 6 a.m. this morning. I look outside and it's rain. It's just rain. And thank God it's just rain, because my wife was very worried about having to dig out the car again, like we did 2 weeks ago. But, nope. You're gonna see me lose my mind today, because this is not fucking working, and I'm freaking out. I'm gonna have to take a cab to the fucking store, because again, it's raining, and I'm working over here on the side, so I can't go anywhere until 6 o'clock. I got my nicotine gum to try and hold me over. But if I get extra irritated, you know what it is. You're getting a foot and a half. Damn, on the foot you already have. Well, yeah. I mean, look, yesterday it was like 50 degrees. And we went to the in-laws' house. And I'm like, by the time we leave after dinner, it's probably going to be like freezing. Because it has to be if there's a blizzard tomorrow. When we left, it was still around that same temperature. And I'm like, I don't think it's going to snow tomorrow. And my mom's like, oh, Zoran's telling us to prepare. And the meteorologists are upping the amount. It's going to be like 20 inches. And I'm like, well, we'll see. I don't know. In the next couple hours, it has to drop a lot. And precipitation has to be there. And the clouds weren't in the sky. Thankfully, it is just raining. So, let's hope it stays this way. Alright, I logged in. Yeah, but I wanted to start out with this video from the Vanguard, talking about Tucker Carlson running, because I don't believe it. I don't agree, and maybe that's because it's wishful thinking, because god damn it, President Tucker Carlson is one of the scariest fucking sentences I can think of. So I just want to hear the argument for why he would want to run. Because I personally think Tucker Carlson likes being on the outskirts. He wants to be Rush Limbaugh. He wants the influence, but he doesn't want the responsibility of actually being in power. Much like I think Donald Trump didn't want to actually be in power. But he ran and he won, and now he's there.
The other night, and I immediately perked up when
What up, Pinker? How you doing? Welcome. I'm doing a dual stream. Horizontals on Twitch. Verticals over there on YouTube. I have to pay for a subscription to get horizontal on both. I may do that at some point this year, but right now we're doing this, and I appreciate you being here. We're starting out with this video from Vanguard about if Tucker Carlson's going to run for president. Again, I hope not, because that would be terrifying. And I do think that Tucker, he wants to promote people who tan their taints and like clavicular and the stupid like manosphere, maha bullshit. I think he wants to critique. He wants to do it from the outside. He doesn't want the responsibility of being in power and being the guy. That's why he never ran for Congress or Senate or any of that shit. Like, I think he wants to be Rush Limbaugh, or Jeffrey Epstein, where he sits on the sidelines and he tells people what to do and they listen to him, but he's never actually in the middle of it. Because, I mean, throwing up his hands is kind of his default move. But I want to see Hassan's reasoning for why Tucker might run. And Vanguard made the video here. So
I heard this because I was like, holy shit, we've been saying this too. We've literally been saying this too. So I'm not, maybe Hassan has also been saying this. Maybe everyone's just on the same page. It seems increasingly that everybody is, which is kind of horrifying given what you're about to hear. You ready?
So I don't know. I feel like it would still be a toss-up at that point, partially because while J.D. Vance is not capable of holding the Trump coalition together, I don't even worry about J.D. Vance as much necessarily. I don't really worry about Marco Rubio. I worry about Tucker Carlson. I think Tucker Carlson has he's the real torch carrier of the MAGA movement. I don't even know if Donald Trump recognizes that yet or admits that personally, but I think it's there. And
he fits the mold of an outsider, populist, anti-establishment
television
person
guy who understands how to communicate.
He also had that, I hate to say, guys, that makes me gag, but killer fucking interview debate exchange with Mike Huckabee. We were
again, the Mike Huckabee thing. I saw that. He's definitely more of a sneaky fucker behind the scenes. Yes, Littlefinger. Exactly, Pinker. And speaking of which, I'm gonna watch the finale tonight of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Tomorrow, I'm going to make a review for that series because I friggin' loved it. I was a casual fan of Game of Thrones when it came out. I started watching in like season 2 or 3 before, on the weekly schedule. I binged it all, like season 1 and 2 before 3 was coming out. And so I jumped on the bandwagon with 3. Enjoyed it. Didn't have the biggest problem with the ending as a lot of other people did. At least like the last episode, the ending season was a mess. But having Bran be on the throne, I was like, perfect. Yes, he should be. Put the human computer who knows all of Westeros's past history. Put him on the throne. He should be on the throne. He's gonna save you all, you idiots. The House of the Dragon was like, I don't care. There's a whole new cast to learn. We're also doing a time jump. It's kind of frustrating. Night of the Seven Kingdoms is funny. It's funny. I like the lighter tone. Our main character is sympathetic and actually fully a good person. It's not like, well, pick the least shitty out of these 17 different characters for you to fan over because they're all incestuous, murderous, like, evil people. This guy is like legitimately one of the few actually good people in all of Westeros. So it's easy to root for, and it's really fun. It's fun. There are like dramatic moments, and the comedy doesn't take away from those moments. I've talked about that balance that Marvel often has gotten wrong. Even in the latest Superman movie, there's moments where I feel like you could have let it breathe a little bit emotionally. This series opens up with an old man coming out of a tent naked, and you see his big schlong. And then he dies, and then his squire, who is the main character of the show, has to take a shit behind a tree, but he's so tall that his head pokes out one end of the tree from behind the tree, and his ass the other, and you see the shit flying out. Like, this is the tone of the show. It's telling you up front, this is a comedy. This is different from what you're probably expecting from Game of Thrones. Roll with us. And then in that same episode, or maybe the next episode, dude has to sell his horse because he's trying to become a full-fledged knight, and he's trying to enter a tournament. And in a scene with like very little dialogue where he's just talking to the man about selling this horse, we understand, we get the sense that this horse is family. He grew up with this knight, the old man. This horse has been with them for like his entire life. It is breaking his heart to sell this horse for money for armor. But he keeps telling the horse, I'll be back for you, girl. Like, it is heartbreaking. And immediately I'm like, I love this man. I can't wait to see his adventures. I hope he becomes a knight. But anyways, tomorrow, my full review. Probably a lot of that same sentiments will be echoed. I memorably hold season 8 entirely. It was a fever dream. Doesn't exist. It was fine. It was fine. It was, I mean, it wasn't fine. It really wasn't. But like, here's what I mean by fine. The plot points were fine. I don't really have a problem with the plot. It was the fact that they rushed the season because the two creators wanted to get out of there and make Star Wars, which, you know, I could sympathize with. I would want to do that too. But you got to nail the project you're on first, or else you then summarily get fired from Star Wars, which is what happened.
Talking about, I actually came out here and I preemptively trolled Tucker because I hate his fucking guts, guys, and nothing this man ever does would make me hate him any less. But I will be fair because it's my job to be fair. He ate him up, guys. He fucking just
And again, the only reason I say like the plot itself wasn't that bad is because George R. Martin wrote out the skeleton, basically like the bullet points of where he intends to take the plot, and gave it to them. And they were like, all right, we'll just hit these points and then move on. Because, again, they were rushing. Dudes play themselves by head. Exactly. Yeah, and they're not working anymore. Yeah, man. It's rough. Rough, dude. But I think, like, try out, if you haven't watched it yet, try out Night of the Seven Kingdoms. It's only 6 episodes, with the 6th one dropping tonight. Cute story. Endearing character. I want to see where this goes. I'm more interested in this than I am House of the Dragon, for sure.
Bodied him. He mogged him. It was sad. It was sad.
Anyone could mog Mike Huckabee, to be fair.
Even Tucker Tomato Face Carlson can do the mogging. But I think Mehdi Hassan put it in a tweet really well. It's remarkable what even Tucker Carlson can do when you ask basic follow-ups and you apply a little bit of pressure, because it wasn't like he was rude. It wasn't like he was like leaping out of his chair and screaming out of his...
let me just with this interview, the Tucker Carlson Mike Huckabee interview, or Tucker Carlson Ted Cruz interview, all he did was ask a follow-up question, was ask a more detailed question than any of these people are used to getting. And that's why both Ted Cruz and Huckabee kind of look at him like, dude, what are you doing? When he does that, and he's just like, what? I think you should know. I think people should know the answers to this. What are you talking about? I'm Tucker Carlson. So, like, you know, fuck him. Fuck him forever. And it's less of a got to give credit to Tucker Carlson and more of a I'm going to admonish mainstream media more now for not asking these questions of any politician. Ted Cruz, Mike Huckabee, anybody. Trump, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries. Why is Hakeem Jeffries getting harder questions from Joy Reid after she's not on MSNBC anymore? When she's on MSNBC, hey, we're hanging out, we're okay. But off, she's got real questions. Were you pulling your punches all this time, Joy? Why does he get harder questions or Cory Booker gets hard questions when he goes on a podcast? I've had a podcast that has been out for what, a couple years, maybe? None of the legacy media asked him these questions. Fuck out of here. Anyways, let's continue. Let me stop pausing, y'all. Y'all watching season 2 of Frerin? No, I don't know. I don't know what that is. I need to check it out. I kind of quit watching TV entirely, except for a couple cartoons. Word. They expected a hot stone massage not to get put. Yeah, exactly.
Scolding him. No,
Pillow
he was.
soft.
It was kind of
Soft as
like when
cotton
he had
nail.
that exchange with Ted Cruz, and he humiliated Ted Cruz. It was just like asking the most basic, fun, like follow-up questions that these guys can't answer until they're led to say, "Oh, I think the Bible allows Israel to do whatever they want. They can take over all the Middle East if they want to. The Bible says so." And it's like, "Oh, you are a crackpot, and it's so obvious." And I've known it my whole life. Gavin's known it his whole life, but thank God other people are waking up to it.
Yeah, no, I was going to say the same thing, Zach, which is that as much as we trolled Tucker, can't deny it, he absolutely destroyed Mike Huckabee. And I do think there's serious journalistic value in that interview being out here right now, right before the Iran, war pops off. Like that is good that people know what a tool Mike Huckabee is and how representative he is of our whole government and our subservience to Israel. And
If Trump really orders this stuff, this Iran shit, I hope a lot of soldiers defect or like resign or go AWOL or whatever and just go like, fuck this, I'm not going over there. Go fuck yourselves.
Adelsons and all that shit. So no denying that. Unfortunately, that's part of what makes him so scary, Zach. That's part of what makes him so scary, Zach, is because he is so good at communication. He is so good at TV.
He's not.
And much like Trump, when Trump got elected, he can position himself as being against the foreign policy of the previous Republican era.
People are idiots.
You know what I'm saying? Like, a huge part of the reason why Trump
People are
won in
idiots,
2016 is because he was the only person willing to stand on the debate stage and say the Iraq war was stupid, that George Bush was an idiot. Tucker can do the same thing. He already kind of is doing the same thing, right? Pointing out how terrible Trump's foreign policy is, how Israel owns us. So he already has that lane on lock. Plus, I think he does have a chance of getting Trump's endorsement, even with that being the case, because of the fact that he's going to eat up all the attention, totally mog JD Vance and Marco and all these idiots, right? He's going to eat up the attention, and Trump loves attention more than anything. Trump loves a telegenic guy more than anything else. He'll easily throw JD Vance under the bus if Tucker is getting all the attention, right? And Tucker's begging harder and sucking his cock harder. You know what I'm saying? Again, it won't even matter the substance of his campaign.
What?
Trump will just, will be swayed by other things, in my opinion, which could lead to, again, Tucker getting Trump's endorsement, being considered the extension of MAGA, the natural heir to Trump's movement, but also being able to position himself against the most unpopular aspects of MAGA. And that is a really terrifying combination to think about, given what we know about Tucker Carlson outside of his views on Israel and his good debate against Mike Huckabee.
I completely.
When did Mog become a thing? I have no idea, dude. Oh, Jiminy Cricket's watch Beyond Journey's End. It's like the most popular, important, and impactful anime that's come out in the past few years. Broken Chord. Oh, okay. I know. One follow-up question is considered fucking groundbreaking. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. My fucking work is having problems. connected to the internet. Okay. Why does it say I'm not? Sorry.
I completely agree. And the reality is that I did not want to grapple with the legitimate reality that Tucker could run for president. I pushed it away at first. Gavin brought it up honestly a long fucking time ago. Gavin brought it up right after Donald Trump got reelected. The Oracle spoke first, and I did what I do best. I played devil's advocate a little bit. I kicked it down. I was like, no, his life's too good. Fucking, he's making enough money. He's getting enough attention. Look at how he's in bed with the Russians and the Saudis and the fucking Qatari. But then I thought about it a little more, and I was like, fuck. The only way to get more in bed with the Saudis and the Russians and the Qataris is to become president. And I also, on the day that Marjorie Taylor Greene dropped out of Congress, or rather decided that she wasn't going to seek re-election and that after, January, whatever, she would not be in Congress anymore, I had a twistic vision. I had a night terror in real time right here on the Vanguard podcast. And I forecast in my brain a toxic reality where Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson ran as a joint ticket.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if Marjorie has held on to relevance enough. I could totally see her not being like the VP, but just an element of that thing to regain momentum. I don't know who Tucker would pick as his VP. I would be less sure that he would pick Marjorie now than when she was super.
You can pick Mike Huckabee into a unity ticket.
Oh, I don't think that would happen. I think he would pick somebody that would like signal to
Pick Marco Rubio, honestly.
oh god, that would be a fucking just be like, you're my bitch now, Marco.
Yeah.
You're
Although that would make for a weird contrast with Tucker's like
Foreign policy.
isolationism
Yeah.
and stuff. So, which again, I don't even think Tucker's serious about. I think if he actually
Netflix,
became
okay.
president, I don't think that we would all of a sudden just become this like isolationist fucking country free from Israel. I think he would ultimately, he would pull the Trump move. That's why I'm so worried about Tucker. It's like, yeah, I'll give him credit for destroying Ted Cruz and Mike Huckabee, but again,
You don't
guys,
have to give him
how did
credit.
Trump get elected? By pretending to be against
You
the
can say,
deep state, by
"Man,
pretending
Tucker
to be against
sucks."
the neocons and the endless wars.
Man, Tucker Carlson fucking sucks. He's such an idiot. He's bad at fucking interviewing. He's bad at being a reporter, a commentator, a journalist. This is how much worse mainstream is that they can't even ask a question like Tucker Carlson can ask a question. You don't have to give him credit. Not that they are, but you don't have to give it up for them. You just have to be like, wow, you guys suck. If he's doing it, you guys really suck. And he's an idiot. You know what I mean? Frame it that way.
And the fucking wars in Iraq and all this. That's how Trump fucking got popular. Guys, it's happening again. There's no reason to trust Tucker Carlson. Again, I'm willing to give him credit. I'm not going to cancel you if you give him credit for this interview. But let's not fucking trust him. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Because he ain't going to do that much different than Trump if he becomes president himself.
Oh, he everything that has ever come out of Tucker Carlson's mouth has been a cynical angle. Okay, it has been him reading the room and deciding what the most beneficial angle for him to take is. He is one of the most deeply insincere individuals I think we've ever seen in American broadcasting. I think that what he is a fucking snake. Okay, but he is conniving. All right, he's cunning, he's smart, and I think that he intentionally makes himself sound retarded, or really dumb. And you have a guy like Donald Trump who has also really
It's calculated. Exactly, Pinker. It's calculated. I mean, like he stopped himself from saying the word there. Hold up. By the way, how's this view for y'all? Is the game too big? Should I switch it up? Should we do this? Let's do this for you. For y'all. Yeah. Well, I'll move the game over here, I guess then. Because it is all phony. His I mean, we all know the meme of Tucker face. Where I'm pretending to be confused. I'm pretending to learn. It's fucking insincere bullshit. That's why he was so fucking annoying. And I'm glad that I have to hear about him less now. Yes, he may have his own podcast. And yes, he's trying to, carve his place out as like the new Rush Limbaugh. But at least he's off mainstream airwaves. I got no problem with that.
Affected the art of messaging with a real low IQ message. I think Tucker Carlson is in a way the perfect segue for the Republican Party in a battle.
Censored your comment. I'm sorry. I shouldn't. It shouldn't be. I don't think he's an idiot. I think he just plays one on TV. Yes, exactly. Sam Cedar brings up that story of he was on CNN and he was criticizing Bill O'Reilly, and he said once there's a video leaks of Bill O'Reilly yelling at like a waiter or something or a flight attendant, that's his credibility shot. And then he realized, oh, that never happened. People don't care if you're phony on TV. They just want to hear that voice. So then he started doing it. That's why now he's got the log cabin set up and I'm just a regular guy. I want fucking Graham Plattner to shove his face through a wall. He's an elitist prick who thinks he has to play stupid. Yeah, exactly. They all do. They all think that way. The way Epstein talked in the emails, all of them, the way they talk is like, we could just move public opinion this way or that way. They're all idiots. They'll follow. And the problem with that is, not forever. When you had, before the internet, they had pretty good control over everything, right? It was Bill Clinton as the president, his boy, George H.W. Bush, Reagan before that. They're playing the game. In the 2000s, they're behind the scenes doing shit. He's not like brought up in any crimes, I don't think, till like 2005, 6. And then we didn't hear about it. It's not a national story. 2009 is when it's like, it starts to peak out. And even then, people are dying. They're getting rid of witnesses and whatnot. By the age of the internet being like all over the place in 2017, 18, that's when, everyone's coming out against him. Now we know the name. Now that name's intrinsically tied to Donald Trump. And there's never, ever getting away from it. You can Pizzagate all you want. You can QAnon all you want. But you're still going to be like, yeah, okay, those people are crazy. What about this legitimate case of a sex trafficker, though? You can throw P. Diddy under the bus. Okay, him too. But what about Jeffrey Epstein, though, and Donald Trump, though? It does look at it. It does work. For a lot of people, it does. But a lot of people are dumb. And even those dumb people, I will say, are also dumb enough to not... They're dumb enough to not be swayed by... I don't know how to describe this. Like, yes, they may be dumb and believe Donald Trump's hype. And we're going to get to a video that Gina Bonanno sent me, and we're going to go through this music video. And I'm going to get deeper into it. But they're also just dumb in that, like Luigi, where it's like, I don't know how these systems are working against me, but I know that fuck the CEO of this company. The dude in Butler, Pennsylvania. I don't know why I'm angry and I feel like I have no prospects and no future, but I'm going to look up what famous people are coming to near my town so I can take a shot at them and maybe achieve immortality and greatness. Same thing with the guy, Tyler Robinson, who shot Charlie Kirk. They're dumb. These are dumb people. And they may have believed some of the lies, but they're still like, yeah, but like, fuck that. and you got to worry about your dumb people too. Because Tucker, as much as he, thinks he can control people, someone can walk up to him on the street and, that's it. Because one of your dumb fans thinks that you're compromised by Israel or something. Or compromised by Epstein, and Epstein's still alive, and this and that. Like, they're worried about their own audiences because they know how volatile and crazy their own audiences are.
Wait, when I say perfect, I mean I'm nauseating. It's
No, I know
terrible,
what you're saying.
but it makes sense for them to go with a guy like Tucker Carlson.
Because at least he seems more intelligent too. He seems like a breath of fresh air as far as like his intellectual capacity is concerned, next to Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, and you haven't even brought up the fact that all of these people in independent media would just fucking salivate at the thought of fucking cheerleading for him. Not the least the Young Turks, which we've also talked about. Hassan's own uncle would be out here cheerleading to Ever Loving Fuck for a Tucker Carlson Thomas Massey ticket, something like that.
God.
I don't know. I'm serious, guys.
Jink would be campaigning to be his VP. People are talking about VP. Jink's like, pick me, pick me.
Jake is the most delusional man in America, okay? And that's saying something. But I think that the Democrats, to circle back and make my final point on this, the Democrats have to be so serious about the primary. And that's why Gavin and I are already talking about it. And that's why people like Hassan are already talking about it. The Democrats have to be so sharp because we cannot fuck this up. We cannot fuck this up, everybody. Now is not the time for losing. And a guy like Gavin Newsom, I think, is a loser against Tucker Carlson. I think a guy like Josh Shapiro is a loser against Tucker Carlson. And I think
Gavin Newsom had Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro on his own podcast. I don't know why you have a podcast as a governor, and you capitulated to both of them. It would be like Tim Walz's debate with JD Vance, where Tim Walz is just like, I agree with JD Vance. We agree on a lot. We agree on everything. He's not weird. I'm sorry. It'll be like that if Gavin Newsom debated Tucker Carlson. I was so upset with that debate.
a guy like fucking a lot like I think there's Pete Buttigieg, loser against Tucker Carlson. All right. I think Gretchen Whitmer, loser against Tucker Carlson. You need to have somebody with a bold, progressive vision of change for this country, and somebody who's not afraid to call Tucker Carlson
AOC
a
would
fraud
win.
and a charlatan and a
AOC
wolf in
would
sheep's
win.
clothing.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely can't be a Zionist. I think that's what you're trying to say. It can't be a fucking Zionist because we already saw what happens when the Democratic Party cedes the anti-war ground to the Republican Party, as it happened, unfortunately, in the last election. The Republicans won because guess what? The majority of people are actually fucking anti-war. So if Tucker Carlson can pretend to be anti-war more than the Democrats, yeah, that's a nightmare situation, specifically if it's a Zionist like fucking Gavin Newsom or Josh Shapiro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So terrible, terrible situation. I totally agree. That's an absolute nightmare that I hope we don't have to deal with ever. I hope we never have to cross that bridge. But let's hear the rest of this before we move on.
Charismatic as well.
That is
So,
really scary.
so he is the one I'm actually terrified of, more so than Marco Rubio, who is like a straight line neocon. He's not going to be able to do the populist shit. And JD Vance is basically like evil Pete Buttigieg, like role reversal Pete Buttigieg, where like he also has that like
Do not get a consolidation loan until you see this. I'm Mario Lopez here, and if you're thinking about
Mario
getting
Lopez.
McKinsey consultant vibe.
And speaking of Pete Buttigieg, the one hilarious thing is that, and I'm very happy to say this, is that in none of these conversations about 2028 Democratic contenders, it seems like Pete Buttigieg is totally absent from those conversations. He hasn't been brought up by anybody, which again makes me so happy. I really hope the party has moved on from Pete Buttigieg by the time the primary really begins in earnest.
What, Mayor
But,
Pete?
You
You
know, it
don't
is
love
interesting
Mayor
that Hassan
Pete?
seems to agree with us.
You still call him
that
Mayor
Tucker
Pete,
Carlson
even
is
though
a
he was
real-
Secretary
is
of
a real
Transportation?
threat, a real contender
And actually
for the heir
fucked
to
up a
Trump's
bunch of
movement, to continue the MAGA movement, whatever you want to call
Sucks.
it. And again, it's not just us and Hassan. It's now us, Hassan, Francesca Fiorentini, and Jennifer Welch, who've all made this point, all predicted this possibility. So it's starting to look more and more real, and it seems like more people are noticing.
Yeah, I think he is going to be a huge threat, no matter whether he's on the sidelines in 2028 or just making content in 2028. I think he'll have tremendous power, whoever he gets behind. But I think that there's like I would say at this point, 35% chance, 30% chance that Tucker gets in the race in 2028. And you mentioned Pete Buttigieg. The one thing, I don't know if this is totally manufactured, and I know we're going to move on from the horse race here in a second, everybody. But this is something that I've been seeing a lot of. National polling average with racing to the White House. You've still got Kamala Harris up front, then Gavin Newsom at 20%.
I wanted to show something off real quick. Sorry. But look, I got you guys in this chat. I appreciate. Hey, Warhigh, what up? Mayor Booty Juice, exactly. So I made a reaction to Jill Scott. I never listened to her before, but she had an album come out about a week ago. I loved it. My reaction's up on this channel. I tweeted at her, and she retweeted it, dude. She retweeted it. And she said, this is what she said. She said, nope, I do not agree with all of Alex's commentary, but I love his voice, candor, pacing, and how right he is about this goddamn album. And I said, thank you so much for the kind words and the shout out. I'm definitely going through the discography on the channel. I can't get enough. I did not have the courage to ask her what she disagreed with me about. And then I started racking my brain of like, what did I say in the reaction that she might have watched? What did I say? And I did say something about like, you know, Beyonce who, Rihanna who, get out of here. I might have said something about like, I don't really care about God and this stuff doesn't really connect with me, but I love this energy, this album. So maybe it's that. I don't know. Maybe she looked at my Twitter and saw like I was a little militant in my posting. We shall see. I don't know. But I'm happy she was kind enough to retweet me. Barbared, rare ass Barbared in the chat. What's going on? My Italian brother. Are you ready to hear about how we might possibly have President Tucker Carlson? We're going to be stuck with Pete running for president every 4 years until we get It's his turn Hillary style campaign. Yeah, I think you might be right about that, Pinker. All good, my friend. What's up? I'm glad. Yeah, we're watching a little bit of news stuff. I'm going to get to a music video. We're bouncing around. We're also playing ball pit, so you know we're bouncing around. Doing good. It's getting over a cold. If you can't tell, my nose is very stuffed here. Also, frustrated as shit that my vape is not working. It won't even charge. So I got my nicotine gum to keep me company. Yes, NG +7.
But I consistently see Pete Buttigieg coming in above AOC. I think that's horseshit. I think AOC has to be way more popular of a candidate for president.
You know what this seems like to me? This seems like who has the highest name recognition in the Democratic Party polling. I mean, obviously this is not what that literally is, but that's what it kind of breaks down as, right? Like, you know, it's so early, it's so far out that it does kind of seem like this poll is more reflective of just like who has the best name recognition, which obviously, you know, Kamala Harris was the nominee last time. That doesn't mean I think she's going to be number one in the polls after the fucking, you know, primary actually starts to solidify. I don't think that'll last.
Yo, Crimson Desert is looking
so we'll
good.
See, but I do really.
That game is looking really interesting to the point where yesterday I'm at my in-laws' house. My father-in-law, who loves Witcher 3 and Baldur's Gate, had me try to beat our enemy room in God of War that he was stuck on yesterday. I showed him Crimson Desert. He's like, put that on my wish list. I said, yes, sir. I think it's going on mine, too, because it looks great.
Feel like, yeah, this seems like if people had a gun to their head and said, name the top 4 Democrats that come to mind. Yeah, Kamala, Gavin Newsom, what was that one guy from South Bend, Pete Buttigieg? You know, like, it doesn't really seem like, you know, who really has the energy behind them. Because again, I haven't heard anyone talking about Pete Buttigieg. I haven't heard anyone talking about Mark fucking Kelly. He might run, but I haven't heard a goddamn person talking about Mark Kelly. Not that online buzz is everything. I've made the point that it's not like Joe Biden had much online buzz. Dude won. But still, I mean, come on. There's no way, no one can convince me that Mark Kelly will do better than John Ossoff or even J.B. Pritzker. And again, I do genuinely recommend you guys check out that whole conversation between Hassan and Adam Mockler when they talk about the 2028 hypotheticals and stuff. I think it's a good conversation. So It's good to see that hashed out. But speaking of Tucker Carlson, Zach, real quick, do you want to take a look at what Francesca had to say about Anna's recent comments on Tucker Carlson?
Yeah, I haven't seen this yet, so I'm excited to take a look. You mentioned that our good friend of the show, Hank, formerly an employee of TYT,
Hey, Hank.
and somebody who is
I have an
making a
interview with
documentary
Hank on my
called Tell
channel.
the Truth, Jank, about the union busting that's taking place over there. You can watch
Me
the
and him are
first part of that
talking about
documentary on the
getting a
Winners
Rocket
and
League
Losers
group
YouTube
going.
channel. But shout out to Hank and shout out to Fran, because I haven't seen this yet.
Yeah,
War
huge shout out to
Barbara. You guys
Hank.
play
Everyone go
Rocket
check
League
out the
anymore?
first part of his documentary, which is available on YouTube. Tell the Truth, Jank. Send us
Are
this
you all into
timestamp. Yeah,
eugenics,
Francesca
Barb?
taking another shot at Anna Kasparian. Let's hear her out.
Protesting ICE gets my support, says Moondragon. Appreciate you. Dragon Army reminding us that Anna says Tucker is cool now. So Tucker's cool now, and he can't be anti-Semitic.
Oh, did I? Sorry, guys. I accidentally hit the volume on my laptop, which created a very weird effect in the room. Let's go back and start that. My bad.
Support, says Moondragon. Appreciate you. Dragon Army reminding us that Anna says Tucker is cool now. So Tucker's cool now, and he can't be anti-Semitic because he was a Zionist once, which is definitionally incorrect. And when someone demands that unless you're a Zionist, you are anti-Semitic, that is the exact same bogus logic. We're like, if you don't support Israel, you're anti-Semitic. If you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic. If you're not a Zionist, you're anti-Semitic. It works that way for the right. So stop making it work the other way around. It's so ridiculous that she would even say something so stupid. Anyway,
We also found out after that that apparently
I'm
Tucker
so-
Carlson used to love to vacation in Israel. So
yeah.
he used to go and fucking hang out on the beaches in Tel Aviv and shit. And he was a rabid Zionist, and he peddled all kinds of pro-Israel propaganda on TV for decades. But because he knows with an online audience, the winds have completely changed, he has changed his tune because he goes like this. Wherever the views are, that's where I'm going. Wherever the lowest common denominator on the right wing is, that's where I am. All right, that's why he got behind Trump. That's why he got behind Bush. That's why there was absolutely no low that he would not reach. He denied the election results. He was a big part of the Dominion lawsuit. All of the discovery proof that he doesn't believe a goddamn thing, which we already knew because people like Sam Cedar have exposed that to us, that even going back to his time at CNN in the early 2000s, he would go and smoke cigarettes outside and tell everybody that he didn't believe a goddamn word. Gavin's brought up multiple times that he still hangs out at this weird racist fucking place, and what's it called?
Gasparilla.
Gasparilla Island. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, and it's all black people that serve the all-white guests, and it's where you go if you have fantasies about the fucking antebellum South, basically. It's super fucking disgusting and racist, and of course he's anti-Semitic. Oftentimes the most anti-Semitic people in America are evangelical Christians, which Tucker is.
Yup. 100%. So, funny from Francesca. I'm glad she got in a little jab there. And again,
Your perfect domain is out there. Go to Wix and make it yours.
I'm more than willing to give Tucker credit for eviscerating Mike Huckabee. Did a great job, just like with Ted Cruz. But let's not forget who this fucking guy really is. Even though he's accurately criticizing Israel, at the same time, he's buying up property in Riyadh. He's doing propaganda for the UAE and Saudi Arabia, countries that are also built on the back of fucking human exploitation, slave labor, and yes, genocide. He doesn't give a fuck about human rights. He's saying what his audience wants to hear. He's saying what will get him the most attention, and he knows that now Nick Fuentes is more popular than the old school Islamophobes of the 2000s, right, of the Bush era from which he was born. So he's going where the winds are blowing. That's what's happening. Again, we can give him credit for that interview. It was excellent. And if that's the only thing you've ever seen from Tucker Carlson, that interview, you'd probably be like, damn, this guy is America's preeminent journalist or something. But we know the rest of the picture. We've seen it all, and we've been here for a while. And we've seen this fucking movie before. Again, Donald Trump pretended to be against the foreign policy of George Bush. Why he got elected, in my opinion, maybe more so than anything else. He was the only Republican willing to stand up there on the debate stage and say, fuck the neocons,
Yeah,
fuck the
really.
deep state. George
And
Bush
Hillary
was an idiot,
voted for
whatever,
the war.
right? And Tucker's doing the same thing now, but with Trump's foreign policy in order to get elected next. It's so obvious.
Yep. I just think that final note on Tucker Carlson would also be that he is deeply invested in oil companies, and that reflects his positioning not just in Qatar, not just in Saudi Arabia, but also in Venezuela. We talked about he was among a handful of oil executives all applauding Donald Trump. And so it really just it breaks your brain how dishonest you have to be to come out here and pretend that a guy like Tucker Carlson actually has criticisms of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not the kind of man that you can criticize and then 2 weeks later be in the same room with. Okay, even Elon Musk, after they had their tizzy, it was like 6 months before they were seen in the same room again, because Donald Trump does not like it when you criticize him. That's why Tucker Carlson never does. He never ever does. He'll criticize Israel. He'll criticize the amorphous agencies that Donald Trump controls. He'll criticize the broad government, which Donald Trump is the leader of. He'll criticize military action, which Donald Trump controls, but he will never, ever utter a negative word about Donald Trump, because he will not lose access to Donald Trump, and because him and Donald Trump are all part of the same team, the make money team, okay? Get us richer team. That's what they care about. So you have all of these things going on, and not only that, he's insincere with his, anti-Israel sentiment, because that oil that he just enriched himself off of in Venezuela, we already reported on our show, going to Israel, going to Haifa.
100%. Couldn't agree more. And before we move on from Tucker, again, I just want to play a couple seconds of this, because as great as he did grilling Huckabee, he also said some shit like this, which did, raise my eyebrows just a bit.
I don't care about Iran at all. I care about America. And if blowing up Iran makes my country richer and safer, I'm for it. And if it doesn't, I'm totally opposed. It's that simple. I think most Americans feel that way, no?
So his issue doesn't even seem to necessarily be a moral issue with the concept of waging war on this helpless fucking country, or destroying their civilian population, the innocent civilian population. His issue really seems to be that, like, we're not being given a good enough excuse. He was like, back in my era, when I was the one manufacturing consent for wars, we actually gave a good excuse and did this whole propaganda bullshit on the American people. Now they're not even pretending to have an excuse. What's with this? Just give me a good excuse and I'll beat the drum for more war. You're just not giving me one. I have nothing to go off of here. Don't you get kind of that vibe?
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the criticisms you hear, I mean, fuck, who was it? Asmongold, I think? Asmongold was like, we used to go to war for no reason, but now we're going to war to take oil and make us rich, and so I agree. And, well, no. We used to go to war under the pretense of bringing peace. We're peacemakers. We're liberating these people. It was the protesters who were like, this is for oil. And they would deny it. We're not trying to take oil. What are you talking about? And now they're just like, yeah, we want oil. Okay, so that was Vanguard. And now this Trump diss track. So let me tweet out that I'm doing this right now. Just tweeting this stuff out. Oh, also, I saw that no criminal charges were brought against that kid who who swung on the pro ice kid in his high school. So that's good. Okay, so let me do this, and let me also mute the music here in the game. So let's this is Gina Bonanno. Shout out Gina Bonanno. Robert News and Politics sent me this video, and you can see what it's called here. There is AI art in the video. AI slop in the video. I don't know if the thing was written by AI. It seems like it could have been, because it's written from the perspective of someone who supported Donald Trump and is now disappointed. So I don't think anyone who supported Donald Trump has an ounce of creativity in them to be able to write a song, period. It's very Tom McDonald-ish, very Freudian blow-ish. But, again, it's showing their discontent right now. So let's check it out.
Yeah. Dear Donald, I never wrote you up and calling. Yeah, I voted for you last time. Cause I thought that you were honest. Yeah. No, not honest, but maybe less a liar than your bullshit critics. It honestly
See, this is the part where I'm like, there's still deep-seated hatred in this person's heart. They hate Rachel Maddow. They hate lefties or people with the, triggered SJWs. Like, a lot of it is basically being like, Trump, you are one of them now. And it's like, no. Those people were right, stupid. You're still missing the point.
It pains me to have to put your bitch ass.
It pains me to have to put your bitch ass on the bitch list.
On the bitch list. Hello, President of Peace, who said he just wanted to see all of the dying, stop the spying, stop and drain the swamp. Igley, you said the deep.
Why would you believe a word that the dude from Home Alone 2 said? That the dude from Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous said? That the dude who's most famous for running a real estate empire that doesn't pay its contractors said? Why would you believe a word he says ever?
Would be shaking. We didn't know that would mean shaking your hand for all you've done is spanking BB's enemies, but done it seems like.
And that too, like it's the deep state, and you only show Bibi Netanyahu. It's giving anti-Semitic.
Things are different than you swore that they would be. It's been a decade since you ran on We Should Lock a Pillory, and now she's implicated with Bill and your pedo friend Epstein, and now suddenly you're silent when she skips a court hearing. Man, just be honest, are you bitches all on the same?
Are you all on the same team?
Same fucking team, because it's a matter of fact. You are hired for exactly that, to lock up the criminals running the country. Yeah, we had your back the whole damn time. You were at least pretending that. You were a victim of all the fake media, dinosaur hypocrites, feminists, raging the left.
You see, like, the leftist hysteria, and that's the fake media. But who was the one who told you they were fake media? It was him, you idiots. You're still not seeing the picture. This image, they love this image. Oh my God, a woman in pain. We get off to this image. But she was right to be this terrified. You assholes.
Stereo, Russiagate, piss tape, stolen elections, indictments, and Stormy Daniels' very expensive tits. Yes, they were wrong. Yes, you were right. And
like, see, they're even, like, capitulating here. This is like Tucker Carlson criticizing him. Yes, they were wrong. You were right, but like, can you do a little bit of the things you said? Fuck you.
A lot that you said we believed at the time, but now that you got all the power, the tower above all the leeches, you cower to please your donors and demons and marks of the beast, cause you think
see, and then they keep, whenever they're like, they're demons, right? The left is demons, and we want you to, and the leeches, the media are leeches. But their donors, you coward to please, it's the Jews. Like, this is an anti-Semitic video, basically. This is where I stopped recording my reaction and was like, let me just do this on stream.
can save you, but now you're on your knees.
I don't even know what that montage was supposed to convey. On your knees, like Nancy Pelosi was, and Derek Chauvin on George Floyd, and Kyle Rittenhouse is on his knees. Renee Good, are you protest? Are you anti? I can't understand what the message of this video is.
You were supposed to be different. We loved you up until you proved you were the same. But with a martyrdom complex, no dissent. The dissidents are getting pissed and you're to blame. Yeah, Donald, we pumped our stupid ass fists and we.
Like, again, he's saying the dissidents are getting pissed. So the anti-American traitors, the left, the protesters are getting pissed. And then this guy's like, and you're to blame, sir. I'm sorry to say, but you're to blame. I'm sorry to make this song. This is a wild moment. Again, this is someone I'm not going to give credit to. That's why I'm not making a reaction for my channel. Because it's MAGA bullshit. I'm not putting Tom McDonald or Fogiardi Blow on my channel, even to make fun of them. Maybe I would. Maybe I will. And we're going to go look into what dissident media is.
Fight to another Democrat, bitch. I guess that hope is a dick, yeah.
See, like, you bow to another Democrat, bitch. It's like, but they're right, you stupid fuck.
Hope is addictive. Yeah, I don't mean to be mean, but I got a lot to fit into this, and I wish you wouldn't have brought this on yourself. But the hell, I gotta believe you when you say you don't need my.
Oh, this is where I stopped because I was like, oh, there's no way this is not written without AI. You're not rapping this fast. I don't know who you are, robots, but like, you're not rapping faster than Eminem on a song that from a band that I've never fucking heard of. This is 9,000 subscribers and 179 likes. The comments. This song represents a lot of us, I feel. Thank you for this. You're singing what everyone is thinking. Well done. He's shadow banned for a reason. Straight fire. This is what we need. Propaganda that tells it like it is, but also witty and funny enough to send me both to my left-wing and right-wing friends. He said, burn them all down, wake them all up. The only thing AI can't figure out is humanity. All right, so this is AI. Fire has to be shadow banned. Fire, holy cow, it's amazing. Great work. Truth. Again, you're missing the point. This is black pill shit. It's all bad. There's no one who's out there trying to make the world a better place. Then fucking crash out, dude. Kamikaze it. What are you continuing to live for? Tom McDonald is fucking Canadian. Yeah, I know. What are you continuing to live for if there's no fucking future? If there's a future, then look towards the people actually trying to fight for it. Like my motherfucking mayor, one of my Congress people. Putting out this kind of shit is just like for clicks, and I don't even know. It's not even getting that many clicks. Like, how many views does this have? 2,000, almost 3,000 views. All right. My Bruce Springsteen Streets of Minneapolis reaction has like 2.5 thousand views, so I'm not that far away.
Vote, I voted for peace, I voted for reach. In results,
I have to use AI
I voted for president, Crooklyn on day one. I voted for justice for every unique victim of COVID and Epstein. And Joe Biden's threatening Civil War II or World War III. But in Crooklyn on day one, I voted for justice for every unique victim of COVID and Epstein.
Every victim of COVID and Epstein.
And Joe Biden's threatening Civil War II or World War III. But it seems all we got was another old white female Dukes in the same damn rings. Betray your base for power and fame, or you might get JFK. Don't lose your head, would be a shame to see the beautiful.
Well, they threatened him. That's kind of funny. How's the moon in NYC right now? Y'all feeling better? How y'all feeling about Mamdani? I mean, I'm happy with it. I think there's criticisms here and there. I think the Kathy, look, I think it was too early to endorse Kathy Hochul. I've heard Hassan say similar. that you wait until you actually get the taxes on the rich and then maybe endorse her. But I also think you can rescind an endorsement if she doesn't play ball. He needed Albany. He needed the governor to raise taxes on the rich. He laid out the plan. He said, we can do it the way I want, where we tax the rich and the corporations who can afford it, or we have to do it, we have to reduce the budget the other way, which is raise property taxes and hurt mostly working class people, more people, basically being like, choice is up to you, Hochul, what do you want to do? And, she's going back and forth. You also got the city council, who's mostly in the camp of trying to stop Mamdani from doing what he wants to do. But that's why we need to elect people like Lindsey Boylan for city council so she can help shift the balance of power there and have it mostly want to help Mamdani, and then that'll put even more pressure on the state level.
Ballroom, splatter painted. Yeah, we know the stakes are high. With some big boy choices to
I mean, there are threats in here, which I feel like you shouldn't do. My kid has been listening. He just looked over and said completely deadpan, he carried the flame. He carries the motherfucking flame is what I'm saying, bro. That's awesome. Shout out Pinker's kid.
big boy choices to make. And honestly, man, thanks for us. For real, we're proud of you, that's great. But since then, you've been crashing out and cashing in. It's tough to take. You out on serious now. I suppose for me, it all comes down to your friend Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Like, how am I supposed to pretend Elon didn't already call your bitch ass out on this? Like, fuck yes, we're still talking about your fucking pedal pizza ring. Every fucking politician in our fucking country seem to be all implicated in, like we're just all supposed to think it's normal for our government to sometimes diddle little kids. And bro, no, don't pretend you know what Bohemian Grove is. The baggiest pace, Nixon to ever being you. Pretend you're one of us, but you one with them above the law like Joe Biden. You said you lock him up.
Like, again, every insult comes back to, like, pointing back at Democrats and be like, you're a liar, like Joe Biden. It's like, come on, dude. Robot pens, oy vey. The Trump song before was ripping off a K-pop Dina and Hunter song. The Your Idol, right, I like that one. I like that movie. This does sound very K-pop. Yeah, you're right. It does. Again, this is, I feel, just AI slop, which is why I didn't want to put it on my channel. I appreciate Gina for sending it and being like, hey, this is something you can make. So we're doing it now, together, as a community, on stream. I also don't know if this would get us, like, taken down on this space, so I didn't want to do it on this space either. I walked away for a second, had that Your Idol song stuck in my head. I was like, wait a minute.
You said Obama was a traitor and then nothing happened to him. You say you'll make our country great someday. You'll lock up all the sinners. You had more wars in this year than all your failed marriages. But bro, don't worry about the evangelicals. They're still buying in cause dispensationalism already convinced them that Jesus Christ is a Republican and Trump is a Christian.
If America pulls the plug on Israel, God will pull the plug on us.
How are we to act like it ain't obvious? Why suddenly it seems you're best friends with Lindsey Graham, Jeb Bush, Mike Pence, and Hillary. And all your haters done you feeling okay. And also your base doesn't seem to like when you flip on them, then flip them off, then send their sons to die for foreign aid. I gotta hand it to you, man, you played the perfect passy puppet to convince me after everything there might be someone coming, but you just...
God, I'm like, well, how did he convince you? Because you sound fucking stupid. This is what, like, brain rot. Fucking 30, 40 years of Republican brain rot. Rush Limbaugh, Mike, who's the dude? Pat Buchanan. Fucking what was that show, bro? Oh, what was the show on SNL? They had a parody of it. Pepper Cannon. Like, oh, it was like, it wasn't Crossfire. I want to say Turning Points. Fuck, dude. What was, who was it hosted by? Pat Buchanan debate show. McLaughlin Group. That's what it was. McLaughlin Group. Come on, bro. Tell me, look, I'm going to age myself, but like, tell me you don't remember this. Tell me you don't remember this shit. And this dude. Let me see if I can find the SNL sketch of this. Yeah, man. Yeah, Dana Carvey. Yeah. All right, let's do this. Because, frankly, this I'm kind of... Unless you guys are interested. I keep going through this song. I'm going to keep going through the song. Fuck it.
Another bitch boy, bastards, I am martyr, complex, retarded, complicit, Zionistic, neocon with tiny hands and even smaller fists.
I mean, at least they're mad at him. At least they're mad at him a little bit. I feel like if he did lock up Hillary, they'd be like, all right, we forgive you. Alex, are you old enough to remember the board game Crossfire? The jingle, oh yeah. Crossfire! Get up in the crossfire, of course. And it was like, it was little like metal balls that you shoot at each other. I wanted that game. It looked fun. Yeah, I remember that. Of course I do.
Now we take him serious as he fleels and fits while stealing Venezuelan presidents and planning for Iran and Greenland. Next, it's all for BB's benefit while Americans wait patiently for America to be great again. It's nice of you to finally put someone over yourself. We wish it could be we the people, but it's clearly Israel. I hope you get a medic before you let it get so pathetic that you just hand it to the Dems. But fuck it, if you can find a way to not just
see, that's what I mean. They're still like, I hope you can get a medic before you let it go to the Democratic. Get it so pathetic that you just hand it to the Democrats. Like, he still wants the Republicans in charge. Despite Trump being the standard bearer of the whole fucking party. What do you want? Who do you want? Who does this? I'm interested to see who this fucking person wants. Ron DeSantis? Fucking JD Vance? Do you think JD Vance is going to get in office and be like, okay, first order of business is we're going to lock up Donald Trump and everyone who was involved with Epstein, including Peter Thiel, the entire reason I was elected to the Senate at all and am vice president now at all? Fuck out of here. I wanted to, but it was for boys. So oh, yeah, I know. I couldn't get it because it was too violent. Actually, I don't even know. I probably asked my parents and were like, no, once. And I was like, all right, that's it. But I couldn't have, like, dude, I remember, I'll never forget, I had to return a birthday present. Someone got me Battletoads for Super Nintendo. You know what Battletoads are? I'll show you Battletoads. Someone got me Battletoads for Super Nintendo. It's very... this game, exactly, actually. This one. It was the game I got for my birthday from a friend of mine. But it was... where does it say the rating? Released. So it was rated T for teen. And my mom made me return the gift to my friend because of that. I had to return a birthday gift because it was rated T for teen. Even though I showed it, I was like, this is just a different kind of Ninja Turtles. I have the Ninja Turtles. I love the Ninja Turtles. What the fuck is wrong with you? Who cares about the rating? Look at the context of what it is. I'm getting mad again. I had to return a birthday gift because of the rating. So, I understand your pain. I understand your pain, Pinker.
Find a way to not just bend over and take it down. I honestly don't give a fuck who wins when you're the fucking same. Afraid you'll be impeached a third time, bitch. You finally deserve it. I wish it wasn't so, but I
finally deserve it. You deserved it the first couple times. Ah!
I haven't even mentioned how you turn on Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, and then Marjorie Taylor Greene. It seems that anyone who still agrees with the message of your own campaign are now the army. In fact, this is
everybody to stop dying.
even you should hate you now. Do what you're told and burn the whole world down. Even you should hate you now. Do what you're told and burn the whole world down. You back in 2016 will be your enemy. You back in 2023 will be your enemy.
Not really, dude. You're still missing the point. He never believed any of this shit.
To do that, and we voted for it. Hate your fucking guts. So pardon me for carving this golden calf up. I never bow to New York Democrat on Epstein's account with the words of an.
Hang on, what?
Golden calf up. I never bow.
I'll never bow to a New York Democrat. That's how they'll throw him out. That's how they'll throw him out of the party. This is actually instructive, this video. This is good. Thank you, Gina. Shout out Gina from Raw News and Politics for sharing this video with me. This is how they're going to throw him out. If they ever do, which I predict they will because he's going to die anyway, they will be like, he tricked us. The New York Democrat conned us into thinking he was a Christian. We didn't know his connections to Epstein went that deep. They will roll it all up in a ball, a Trump Epstein ball, throw that out and go, okay, now I'm JD Vance. I'm clean and clear. Vote for me. Or I'm Tucker Carlson. I'm clean and clear. Vote for me. That's how they'll do it. If you asked him if you could vote today, would you pick Trump or Harris? I bet real money he'd, oh yeah, of course. Of course. If you'd asked him today, whoever, AI piece of shit wrote this song, if you vote for JD Vance or Gavin Newsom, he'd say JD Vance, 100%. like, okay, so you want more of this. You want more war. They never learn. That's why we got to bypass them. Just go around them. Just be like, fuck off. Same thing with the Democrats. Fuck off. We're voting for Graham Plattner. I don't give a shit. You try to smear him. We're voting for fucking Ilhan Omar. We're voting for Kat Abigazela. If they get into office and they fuck up, they're going to fucking hear it. They're going to hear it from the people. Like Fetterman is. And, things can happen. Accidents happen, bro. Cars are finicky things. Anyways.
The New York Democrat on Epstein's account with the words of an infant in a tantrum to chow. Who moves like an idiot and murders all the innocent. So what's a motherfucker even do with the truth now? Guess I'll let it out till the outlaws that too. Any minute now. You were supposed to be different. We loved you up until you proved you were the same. Complex, no dissent, the dissidents are getting pissed and you're to blame, yeah. We want the stupid ass fists and we said fight to another Democrat, bitch. I guess that hope is addictive and I hope no, never fall for this again.
Yeah, you will.
Hope you'll never fall for this again.
Yes, you will. Because you'll vote for J.D. Vance or Ron DeSantis or whatever fucking dumb Republican comes out next. You will. You will. All right. Let me hit the bathroom right quick, and we'll come back and watch this SNL sketch. Carly, out. Have a good day. Take care, Carly. I will. We're chilling. Let's watch this. Let's watch this old ass SNL sketch, because this is what pops in my head. I don't know what brought this up. McLaughlin Group, Pat Buchanan, and these old fucks. Rush Limbaugh, Pat Buchanan. These are the people who've been poisoning the minds of conservatives, centrists, whatever, for like 30, 40 years. This is SNL.
From the nation's capital, the McLaughlin Group, an unrehearsed, hastily assembled program presenting inside opinions and forecasts on major issues of the day. With Jack Germond of the Baltimore Sun, syndicated columnists Pat Buchanan and Eleanor Clift, and Morton Kondracki of the New Republic. Now here's the moderator, John McLaughlin.
Issue number 1, the commander-in-chief in Mexico. Bush wants a free trade agreement. What does President Salinas want? Pat Buchanan.
John Salinas is playing up his recent economic success and steering his
Jump
country
on.
toward...
I don't think it's so much what Salinas wants. It's what the Mexicans...
John, this is just another case of President Bush trying to push a policy.
I'm not sure Bush has a policy, which is part of the
Pat,
problem.
I believe Eleanor has the floor.
Thanks, John. The hard truth is that Bush needs Salinas more than Salinas.
Morton Kondracki.
I think this agreement talk is basically a pipe
Wrong!
dream.
There will be a free trade agreement. It will take place within 1 year. Issue number 2, Maggie out, Major in. The new British Prime Minister. Some believe he's a Thatcher clone. Will he carry out her policies? Come on.
Well, Thatcherites are privately rejoicing.
Wrong! More tone.
See, Thatcher endorsed...
Wrong! On a scale of 1 to 14, 1 being lowest degree of likelihood, 14 being absolute metaphysical certitude, what are the chances of Major continuing Thatcher's alliance with Bush vis-a-vis the Iraqis? Eleanor Clift.
I'd say about a 12.
Pat Buchanan.
Hold it, 14 is most likely?
Yes.
I'd have to say about a 9.
Come on.
Lower, like 5.
More tone.
8.
Wrong! The actual degree of likelihood is 6.5. Issue number 3, life after death. Some pundits say it doesn't exist. Theologians disagree. Is there an afterlife? Come on.
You see, like, instead of criticizing the policies or the sides, SNL was criticizing the format. The format that you could have real-time debates and actually get any answers out, or that the moderator was a impartial moderator and not just opinionated human being on his own.
Really don't know.
More tone.
Well, it's not my
Pat
field.
Buchanan.
I'd like to believe, but it's
Wrong!
hard
There is life after death. The soul does not ascend to heaven, but rather rests in a limbo state that varies depending on the karma of the spirit. Issue number 4, intelligent beings on other planets, yes or no? Pat Buchanan.
I would think so, but...
Eleanor Clift.
Don't know.
Come on.
Me either.
Morton Town.
Well, no one really knows.
Wrong! There is intelligent life in the 11th galaxy on the planet Neptar, which will conquer Earth in the year 5482, utilizing us for slave labor in the Shalunian salt mines. Issue number 5. What number am I thinking of? Pat Buchanan.
Geez, 82.
Wrong! Eleanor Clift.
Is it between 1
Don't
and 100?
skirt the issue.
40.
Wrong! Morton Tyne.
212.
Wrong! Jacarino.
2.
Wrong! The correct answer is 134. 134. Issue number 6. What did you have for breakfast today? Eleanor.
Some cantaloupe.
Morton Town, USA.
I had poached eggs and toast.
Jackjamondo.
Bacon and eggs.
Patty Patty Buke Buke.
I'm thinking waffles, maybe a
Wrong!
little...
You all had Special K with banana. Issue number 7. What is issue 14 going to be? Some say it will deal with an economic matter. Others believe it will involve Germany. More teeny tiny tabletop.
Oh, acid rain?
Wrong! Eleanor, gee, I think you're swelling off.
I have no
Wrong!
idea.
You know quite well, you're just shy. Mondo, Jackalope, G-Man, Mania,
Well, it might be.
I'm not finished with your name, Germanical. Jack-o'-lantern, J.G., Jimmy Mayhem.
You're insane, John.
Wrong! I'm perfectly sane. Everyone else, however, is insane and trying to steal my magic bag. St. Patrick of Buchanonomics.
I think I'm gonna leave, John.
Wrong! You can't leave. All the doors are locked from the outside. Next issue. What motivates me? Why do I conduct my show in this manner? Mundo!
You're a jerk?
Eleanor!
Really large ego?
Wrong! I was neglected by my parents, and I overcompensate to shadow my feeling that I have an inadequate intellect. Next issue!
So, you didn't know your parents very well?
Wrong!
Wrong?
Wrong!
Right?
Wrong! Next week, the SNL probe continues. Is my money in a savings and loan? If so, what's my account number? Bye-bye! Wrong!
Classic SNL. Yo, what is this, bro? Lil Wayne fans attack La Russell after viral interview. Now, I've heard a little bit about La Russell. I am unfamiliar, but from what I hear, he sounds pretty great. So I kind of want to hear a little bit about this.
Is one of our current living legends that's doing it the DIY way, and that is La Russell. Championed not only independent way of thinking, but he's been able to, with his hard work, gain new heights of success that at the same time is paving a way for current independent artists and any artists that want to take a less conventional route to becoming successful in the music industry. Not only the music industry, but business within itself. One thing that La Russell has always championed is this Nipsey Hussle, like, pay what you can to support your favorite artist. But like any great story, once an artist hits a level of success, that's when the trolls come out, the haters start coming out of the woodwork. And in La Russell's case, I saw it happening once he signed a distribution deal with Roc Nation, which means he partnered with Jay-Z for this distribution deal. And ever since then, we've been seeing this backlash from individuals who aren't even fans to the casual hip-hop fans. And so La Russell's recent interview, he ends up making comments about Lil Wayne, and most people take it out of context. Most people didn't even watch the whole interview. But regardless, I know we're in 2026, and having a balanced opinion is now like the worst thing you can have.
Okay. Because of this, I'm gonna leave myself streaming, okay? But I will be right back. I'm gonna take a cab to the smoke shop, buy a new vape, come back. Okay? I have to. I can't last. And I'm working over here on the side, and there's nothing happening right now at work, so I actually have a moment here to do this. I'm sorry, folks. I should have done this before I started streaming, but I will be right back. And what will I leave with you with? Ooh, I will leave you with a video. I'm not going to leave you hanging. I ain't going to leave you hanging. I'm going to leave you with a video. A video that I think y'all should watch. We're going to watch this when we get back. I want to see.
From home updates to major
but I'm going to watch... FD... Yeah... I'm gonna leave you all with a video about Brianna Claire. She's fantastic. Love her. Erica Kirk. All right, I'll probably be back before this video's over.
Erica Kirk has been caught.
And forgive me, I won't be able to skip ads because I won't be able to be here to click skip ad. So hopefully they don't last too long, but watch her video on Erica Kirk. It's going to give you some good background on what kind of grifter she is and what kind of videos that she makes, because she is fantastic and I love her. Me and my wife love her. Anyways, I'll be right back, folks. Thank you for your patience and your understanding. Play Dieter's latest vid if it's not long enough. Oh, okay. I will. Since you are the one, really the only one who's responding here. Whatever you wish is my command. I do want to watch it, though. Let's see. Where are you? I mean...
Protestant work ethic implicitly teaches that...
Okay. I mean, it's 19 minutes. It might end before I get back. Here, I'll give you a longer one. And we'll watch his newest one when we get back, too. Self-serving superficiality of conservative capitalist cognition. Or the Bible beaters. Let's talk about the Bible beaters, because it kind of goes into what that song was talking about. All right, here we go.
The inauthentic, narcissistic, social entitlement of the religious right is absolutely a threat to American democracy as we know it. Because it has produced what I would call...
Okay. Yeah, I think Brianna's great. She's a
Protestant work
creator.
ethic.
I'd love for her to be on this space, or
Erica Kirk has been
to have an
caught in
interview
lie.
with her and all. She does great research as well, and like you'll see, because I didn't know any of this about Erica before this video, because like who would? We didn't know that. We barely knew she existed before Charlie got. Now she's the star.
Which
And
has
it's
made
not a
people
coincidence.
question her even more, especially considering her glittering grieving tour.
When I lived out here, I was here for 5 years.
Okay, I'll be right back.
I never dated here because I saw vicariously through my roommate how terrible it was.
Hold up, then who are these two guys? Tyler Massey and Cabot Phillips. Both of whom she dated in the 5 years before she met Charlie in 2018.
Somehow getting drinks was the replacement of having coffee and breakfast. I personally would rather have coffee or brunch with someone than going, I don't drink. I find it unproductive.
You don't drink? Then how come you're shown drinking on season 3 of Summer House here?
Okay, that's good.
This got people into a bit of confusion online because what's the point of
Still gotta
rewriting
wait
your
for the
past
lift to
before
show
you
up.
met Charlie Kirk?
So if you're expecting to marry someone that I was blessed with, like a Charlie, you have to be the type of woman that will attract a Charlie.
It's not shameful to have dated people before you met your husband, nor is it shameful to have lived a life beforehand, or even to have drunk alcohol in the past and then say, actually, I just don't really like the way it makes me feel, I just don't do it anymore. So then he wouldn't go having to make revisionist history in real time like we're seeing happen. There's been a whitewashing of Charlie Kirk's legacy, and Erica Kirk has definitely been a big part of that.
Charlie always said that when he was gone, he wanted to be remembered for his courage and for his faith.
So much so that it proved even more once he was assassinated how much of a peacemaker he was.
Revisionist history is something that we're seeing happen in real time, not only when it comes to the case of Erica Kirk, but also with what the Trump administration is doing when it's trying to cover up the atrocities of ICE that people have been able to watch with their own eyes on camera.
right back,
This is why we read 1984 in high school. And people have been really wondering why there's now a woman who is CEO and chairwoman of Turning Point USA, an organization which strongly and proudly keeps on re-emphasizing that a woman's place is in the home looking after her children. She herself has also said this many times too.
I am the wife. I am in charge of certain things. Guardian of the home, helping with the children, that is so I can make it easy for my husband to do what he needs to do.
When you become a mother, that is what God has called you to be.
Young women in the city look to the government as a solution to put off having a family or a marriage because you're relying on the government to support you.
If you somehow missed all of this, Charlie Kirk founded Turning Point USA when he was 18 in 2012. It is famous for going to high schools, colleges, and universities and, quote, debating all sorts of kids with his conservative, often incorrect, racist, sexist, and homophobic talking points.
Just get married early. Like, reject the siren song of modernity and have lots of kids. Like, being a partner at a local law firm actually isn't that big of a deal. Having 3 kids is a really big deal and will make you happier. And it's okay to be a stay-at-home mom. In fact, we need a lot of stay-at-home moms.
It's all about furthering conservatism aimed at 15 to 25-year-olds. So then they come to a turning point in their life where these are the people that you meet, and then your mind is changed politically. It's good to get them while they're young and impressionable.
Argument to bring back the MRS degree. And no, seriously. And just be clear, that's why you're going to college.
It became famous because of the clip moments, which went super viral, of ownership moments over libs. And they specifically want to train conservative activists, which I know is an oxymoron because you think of an activist, you think of people that are against racism, not people that are fighting for racism. As I've spoken about before, anti-intellectualism is incredibly important for fascism to rise, and Charlie Kirk has said multiple times on college campuses and in high schools how much of a waste of time college is. There are some kernels of truth that there are issues with the higher education system, absolutely. Getting a higher education, questioning things further, and wanting to learn more, none of that is bad stuff. He believed that women should marry young.
Men's nature is towards variety, okay? And I think it's very important for wives to just say to their husbands, thank you for being loyal to me. It's a very important thing.
The black people are less intelligent. And set upon Taylor Swift's engagement announcement,
reject feminism. Submit to your husband, Taylor. You're not in charge.
And for the distinct displeasure of this video, because I wanted to make sure I got things directly from the source, I've been watching hours and hours and hours of the original content. Please give this video a like and comment, and don't forget to subscribe. He also strongly believed that women belong in the home, especially if they have children. You should not be pawning your children off to other people to look after.
It is bad for everybody. It creates strangers raising our kids. And also it creates women that have to go into the workforce that are unhappy in their job because they'd rather have their 6-month-old baby in their arms. And honestly, it's much more important for you to raise your 6-month-old baby than crunching numbers on a spreadsheet.
Awkward. And that the husband should be taking care of everything financially. So I'm absolutely positive that someone like Charlie Kirk, who really did take this to heart and talked about it multiple times, constantly.
That your wife never has a financial pressure ever on the family. And if you have not done that, then you got to get your act together. And let me tell the men out there, you do not spend a dime on video games or sports games or things for yourself until your wife does not have to worry about finances. You come last in the family.
He would surely have had something in place in case something ever happened to him, right, at Turning Point USA. Either he failed at patriarchal masculinity by not having these safeguards in place for his family, or Erica Kirk is going directly against his wishes by heading up the company and going on this big tour she's been on. I have found 2 things that I agree with Charlie Kirk on. 1, that fathers bear responsibility for their children once they're born, and 2, I think it's really good that they made the conscious decision and effort to never show their children's faces or their names. I've spoken about this so many times, children can't consent. I do not agree with family vloggers, and it's really good that they actually made this decision. There are great videos which dive into the real life impacts of Charlie Kirk, like this video from Jessie Gender and this video from FD Signifier. There are many people who have tried to whitewash Charlie Kirk's history, including Erica Kirk herself.
We are here for the freedom of speech. That's our role. Save Western civilization. But what Charlie loved, and him being a parent also, was that he wanted to inspire the parents to show their kids what true north is, and then say, you have a home at Turning Point that will help fuel that even more.
But actually, in her eyes, he may not have been going hard enough.
Now a local tax expert will do your taxes for $150 all in. They know your situation, from self-employment to W-2s. Pay only $150 to get your taxes done by a local expert.
My hot take is that
Pop and hits have never been more separately defined. When we call pop its own genre, that creates an ecosystem where smaller artists and emerging artists can play in these really cool, fun pop spaces without having to chase commercial success. When we just call a hit, it's a really popular song. That creates room for artists from different genres to achieve massive levels of mainstream success.
Can you ever grift grief? Could we call it griefting? In the next section, we're diving into the entire life of Erica Kirk, but I really want to put this here at the start. I have tried to give some space to Erica Kirk because as horrible of a person as Charlie Kirk was, I can recognize that it would be horrible and heartbreaking to lose somebody that you love. And I also recognize that people grieve in different ways. But people have definitely been drawing a lot of conclusions from the way that she's seemingly been grieving. Maybe she didn't want the pyrotechnic rally and just went along with the motions because, like, she was in a state of shock and was just doing what other people wanted her to do. Like, we can understand being in a state of shock if the whole world saw your husband get shot in the neck. Like Illuminati reinforces in this fantastic video, people are still people even if they do horrific things. I personally would be utterly destroyed if anything happened to my husband. A couple of my patrons are widows and they've wanted to give Erica Kirk space as well. However, as time has gone on, we've been noticing so have the pyrotechnics, so have the sequins, so has the tour, so has every opportunity to sell things, so have moments like this. And this one made me feel particularly sick. A recreation of where the incident happened as a photo opportunity at TPUSA America Fest. It made me wonder, what if Jackie Kennedy recreated where JFK was shot for a photo opportunity? The public would be mortified, but again, we're dealing with a president, not a podcaster. Especially for her kids, like these kids are so young, they are 1 and 3 years old. Where is their parent? I'm not saying it's a woman's role to be there to be the soft touch at all, because no matter which parent it is that tragically passes away, you'd expect the other parent to be there with the kids, right? To grieve together, to be there together. Like, a lot of people have been wondering why she hasn't been there during this critical time, especially as this has been going on for months, since the 10th of September. It is also really dangerous to infantilize Erica Kirk just because she's a mother and a widow. Women are perfectly capable of evil as well, and women have been part of going against feminist progress, upholding patriarchy, white supremacy, and fascism. Erica is just one face amongst many, like I've spoken about in my Womanosphere video. She is now in a very powerful position as CEO and chairwoman of Turning Point USA, a multi-million-dollar operation. And whoops, this Freudian slip really showed something, didn't it?
Despite the devastating loss of Charlie Kirk, my incredible husband at UVU, Caleb has persisted with the same gift. Grit.
Almost.
It has been a long day. Trust me, you're not a grifter, honey. It's all good.
He may not be a grifter, but it's starting to feel like she is.
Erica is that kind of crazy, and she is perfect for the role.
The hypocritical life of girl boss Erica Kirk. Despite the memes drawing the resemblance between them because of like the eyes, there is no relation between her and Kenneth Copeland that I've been able to find. Born in 1988, 1 year before yours truly, Erica Francevey was raised in a Catholic household in Arizona. Her grandfather was an immigrant from Sweden and was incredibly conservative.
Great mom.
Great parents.
My grandparents were amazing.
Fiercely right wing.
Yes. My grandfather was an immigrant from Sweden.
Which just makes it more odd to be siding with the party against immigration, considering that's her family history. Like, anyone that's white in America, it does really confuse me.
The fact that they had a boat land there 500 years ago doesn't mean that they own the land.
I mean, look. I say this as an immigrant in this country in Aotearoa, and my husband is also an immigrant here. The thing is that we're white, so people don't question us and whether we belong.
Fought in World War II and the Korean War. Yeah, and he got the Silver Star, the Bronze Star, and knighted by the King of Sweden, and he was always super far right.
She revealed in this podcast with Charlie Kirk that her father was a stay-at-home dad.
Do not want to knock the stay-at-home dads. I do not. There are some who had to temporarily have to switch that role. That happened to my parents a long time ago. Granted, again, they got a divorce, so that probably falls into your bucket. My dad was a stay-at-home dad for a few years, and I gotta say, it was really sweet and really special. I was 4.
It was her mum that was a breadwinner, and this goes strongly against Charlie's beliefs about a woman's role and a man's role.
I see those marriages careening for divorce quicker than anything else. Here's why. We as men are hardwired to produce for the family. We find meaning, we find purpose.
It's like, welcome home, babe. Whatever you need, we're
Financial
here.
burdens should not be brought into the concern of the wife.
Her parents did divorce when she was young, and her mother, Lori, worked incredibly hard to look after them.
I was the last one to be picked up every single day because she was at the office. I saw how hard she worked for that paycheck.
Erica describes herself as a tomboy when she was a kid, only getting her first pair of heels when she was 14. She especially liked playing basketball, which is something which will come up in the future. In 2006, she started Everyday Heroes Like You, which assists nonprofits globally by promoting and propagating them. Here's where one of the conspiracy theories comes in, tied into Romanian angels. Like, people are trying to link this to child trafficking, however, there is literally no evidence for this at all. It's been thoroughly debunked. The article which is being referenced actually is from 2001, where Erica would have been, 12 years old, and it actually implicates Israel. The charity Romanian Angels was supported by Erica, and it had US troops handing out the gifts. Erica went to visit them herself, as is shown in these pictures. It only ever got positive coverage in Romania, so that conspiracy theory, debunked. In 2007, she went to Regis University in Colorado and played basketball. However, she did spend most of the time on the bench, and she left after 2 years, transferring to Arizona State University. She earned 2 bachelor's degrees in political science and international relations. She was crowned Miss Arizona on her 23rd birthday, which is the 20th of November 2012.
Congratulations, Erica Franzway, and happy birthday, Erica Franzway.
And then she competed as Miss Arizona for Miss USA, but failed to place. More conspiracy theories pop up here because Donald Trump owned Miss USA from 1996 to 2015. Hence this picture existing. However, I'm gonna have to censor the version on YouTube, maybe put some more clothes on her, but you know, Trump likes to put his name on everything he can.
I honestly did not like the pageant world. I didn't like the pride that came with that. That's why I never talked about it.
You can get anything you want on the internet. So why are we still taking gen eds like this? At Sophia Learning, we have a solution. Sophia offers online college-level courses that are designed to transfer for credit, helping thousands of people graduate. Use Sophia and get ahead.
July 2012, she's in the She's My Kinda Crazy music video by Emerson Drive. I'm not gonna hurt your eardrums with the whole song, here's just a line for you.
She got a butterfly tat on the back of a you-know-where.
The song reached the top 40 on the Canadian Hot 100. Now, whether the tattoo is real or not doesn't matter. Honestly, I think because it was in the song that they would have just like used one of those transfers on her. Like, that doesn't make her less of a good person at all. But people have used this as a way to try and shame her. There's more conspiracy theories that come in here as well, because there's some numbers that show up here which coincide with the date that Charlie was killed. I honestly just found it more interesting that she was in a music video. From this point onward is where it gets incredibly hard to place exactly what Erica Kirk was doing, when and where, and what job she was doing, because there is barely any information out there. I couldn't find the exact date that she moved to New York, but she did. She said that she worked as a model, actress, and casting director, but she doesn't say for whom or in what or anything. Here's where we get to the boyfriends. 2014, she's in this photo with Tyler Massey at Phoenix Fashion Week. Now, I know that it's in 2014 because I even tracked down the exact dress that she's wearing and the designer. She was tagged in Jacqueline Nicole's clothes, and 2014 was the first year that she participated as an emerging designer, and she's wearing the exact same dress that Erica is wearing. So that's how I know that this was the exact year. It seems they carried on the relationship for a while, doing couple photo shoots with Luna Bear Studios. Like this one from March 2015. I have the exact date for this because it was a Trump rally on the 12th of July 2015, and you can see Erica and her mum Lori here. There's been some speculation that these two are actually engaged and this is their child between them, but nothing really is confirmed about that. I actually just find it more interesting that she was at, like, I think this was Trump's 3rd rally in 2015, which really does show exactly how far right-leaning Erica Kirk really is to have been on that bandwagon even that far back. 2016, she launched the app Bible 365 from her New York apartment, which is an app to encourage people to read the Bible over the course of a year. She must have broken up with Tyler at some point because in September of 2017, she is tagged here by her boyfriend Cabot Phillips with the caption, "Yes, we're that couple who gets painting lessons together." Cute activity, nothing wrong with it. Cabot previously worked for Campus Reform, has been incredibly right-wing from the get-go, and now is senior editor at the Daily Wire. He's been in that position since 2020, and he did a talk for TPUSA on the 9th of December 2025. It's like there's a very close circle of incredibly conservative people kind of overlapping. Speaking of it, there's actually a photo that Charlie uploaded himself with Cabot. This photo on the 24th of September 2017 saying he beat Cabot in one-on-one basketball. This is when Cabot was still in a relationship with Erica, as we can see from the comments here, and on the 29th of November, Erica made a post on his Facebook wall wishing him a happy birthday, signed XX your catfish. So she was in relationships saying that she wasn't. Maybe it's because of the TPUSA kind of overlap that's sort of happening here, that she didn't want to have the waters muddied, especially since one of them is still working there. I don't know, but it's just weird to have a revisionist past, because it's okay to be like, yeah, we used to be in a relationship, but we're not anymore, because like, he's married to someone else, she got married to someone else, that's fine, right? That's why the only reason I can think that she's doing this is to create this sort of pure evangelical sort of image of herself. Getting back to more education, in 2017 she started studying at Liberty University, and she did this online, and I confirmed it through her Instagram comments because someone asked a question if she studied online, and she said yes. I told you I go to the original source, and I dig. I am a true trash panda. This is an evangelical Christian college, and my face is wincing for a lot of reasons here. She earned a Juris Master degree in American Legal Studies. A Juris Master is shorter and teaches you about American law without making you a lawyer. And she's still seemingly studying there, studying towards her PhD in Biblical Studies. Liberty University has a lot of scandals and controversies surrounding it, including Jerry Falwell Jr. making a racist tweet with a face mask he designed with a photo of a white person in blackface and another in a KKK outfit as a way to try and lash out at the mayor. It's a whole thing. They are completely mired in controversy. Just a quick glance at their Wikipedia page will show you all of the many issues. It's not a great place for black students or alumni, as is shared in this Slate piece. It is a terrible place when it comes to victim blaming in particular, as was shown in this ProPublica research, which honestly tracks with its conservative values. Words and actions indicating LGBT states of mind are prohibited for students as of the 2021 version of the Liberty Way, the student handbook. It's a pretty low-ranking school, and when I say that, it ranked last place in Washington Monthly. That is ranking 391st place out of a possible 391 places. The only college more conservative than it is now Brigham Young University, which I believe that Cabot actually attended from his photo that he had with Charlie Kirk. Plus, Liberty University proudly has very strong Republican ties, including to Trump himself and his party members speaking there, and it's been accused of censoring students if they have anything negative to say about Trump. What a place for a quality education that encourages free thinking and questioning, right? This is where the CEO of Toilet Paper USA is getting her education. In 2018, she launched Proclaim Streetwear, which is linked in conjunction with Bible 365, and to quote the website, with every purchase from Proclaim, 100% of proceeds go directly towards keeping our Bible and 365 ministry free. And this is where things get really interesting, because summer of 2018 is when season 3 of Summer House was filmed, which aired in 2019. And she also recognizes this on her Instagram post where she is celebrating her graduation. As I silently pursued this degree and made my own career sacrifices, like turning down Bravo Summer House and other various TV show opportunities, she was on as a guest star for a love interest for Jordan. They went on a date and she is drinking here, and that is completely okay. But you see what I mean about revisionist history? This is something that fascism...
Okay, we're back. We're back. Work didn't explode. I gotta fucking... They didn't have these vapes anymore. Or at least they're out of stock. So I was like, God damn it. So I had to get like a temporary one. And I don't like the way it tastes. And I'm upset and I'm sad now. Oh, the game capture. I should have kept that up. Kind of misdirection. To stay conservative activist is an oxymoron. Every socially progressive movement throughout history has organized opposition from its right. And welcome back, Warhite. I got this, whatever this is. Myle, M-Y-L-E. Sweet tobacco. I don't know. It's gross. I don't like it that much. It's temporary. I literally gave them my phone number. Like, call me when you get a restock. And I'm going to keep checking when I can. in my free time. Oh my God, I'm so pissed. All right.
Does. And it's made me and others question why you feel like you need to lie about these things. Unfortunately, because we live in a sexist society, people are judging her
But yeah, we'll finish this video.
for these things, whereas I'm questioning why she's lying about them as opposed to judging her for that stuff, because I don't judge people for that, because I don't see anything that she's done like shameful. I mean, I find it questionable that you date such conservative people, but she's like even more conservative than Charlie, as we'll get to in the future. It's more people in good faith questioning, why are you hiding this stuff? Unless it's because you're judging yourself for your past actions, unless Charlie judged her for her past actions.
The highest performing people that you guys like at this
still gonna
conference
try and get this to
are people that actually don't drink alcohol. Tucker Carlson, Donald Trump. They don't drink alcohol, actually. And again, if you want to do it, fine, do it in moderation, be responsible and all that. I don't drink.
Put a pin in those feelings of shame, especially for a Christian woman, because we're coming back to that later. And in 2018, she got her real estate license. 2018 was a very big year because she also went to Turning Point USA's office opening.
For their first building. And Tyler, he runs Turning Point Action now. And he said, you need to meet the CEO. I said, okay, great. Met him very quickly. Shook his hand, said hi, nice to meet you. Neither of us thought anything of it.
Wouldn't you say, oh, I thought he was handsome, I thought he was charming, I thought he was charismatic, oh, I found him really interesting, especially since you end up marrying the guy. And also, why did she even want to go to the office opening?
Tyler said, we need to hire her, and he goes, mm-hmm. Then he's like, where's she live? And Tyler said, New York. He's like, okay, I'm gonna have a Fox News hit, and then I'm gonna sit down with her and interview her in New York.
She also describes the job interview that she met Charlie Kirk for.
It was a consulting position for work. I did not date in Manhattan. I saw the pits of hell of the dating pool through my roommates, viewed it as obviously the job interview that it was supposed to be. And the Lord knew. The
Lord knew that when I went on a job interview, I eventually married the guy I was interviewing with, because women don't belong in the workplace. They belong in the home.
Charlie, in some way, similar to how, he sees things in a lot of people, in some way, beautifully saved me from a huge mistake of putting career over family and career over husband, because it's easy to do when, as a female.
Then why are you both on a stage? Where are your husbands on stage? Well, we know where hers is, but where is Megyn Kelly? Why the fuck are you on stage? Your husband should be on stage. You should be making sandwiches.
When you see Bright Lights, Big City, but
according to your own ideology,
the Lord used him. The Lord used him.
Did you notice just how seamlessly she interwove that propaganda for get married young, start a family young, how that was just woven in so naturally into that conversation, right? She does this all the time in all these interviews that she's having. But getting
monsters have to buy their wives. Just ask Melania. Yeah, man. Welcome, Burn Sloth. How you doing? Welcome, welcome.
That's the interview that she had with Charlie Kirk.
How long did it take you to fall in love with him?
That's the funny thing, is it was...
You're just stalling now.
It's so interesting because when we were sitting there, I fell in love with how brilliant he was to be able to articulate what he believed in. And when he said, I'm not going to hire you, I'm going to date you, I knew that was the Lord.
Gross.
Again, my mindset wasn't there. His was. So you think of it, you're in an interview, you have to totally do a 180 of the mindset. But I honestly, where like the depths of the love started was when we were playing basketball together.
That doesn't make any sense. Especially to anybody young who could be watching this video, if someone ever says, I don't want to hire you, I want to date you, they set this up under false pretenses. He just wanted to get with her from...
Yeah, she is married. Megyn Kelly's married. That's not at all how Charlie described their job interview. Yeah, Megyn Kelly, let's see. I watched that movie, came out a few years ago, Bombshells. I think it was 2019. Remember when she was, I'm quitting Fox News because I was harassed by Roger Ailes and the liberals were like, oh, she's on our side now. Let's make a fucking movie about her, starring Charlize Theron. And then what happened? She had an NBC show for about 5 minutes till she said blackface is okay. Then they fired her ass. But had to still pay her $69 million that she was promised, or like $90 million. This guy. Douglas Brunt is his name. That's hilarious. Why isn't your last name Megan Brunt? Why wouldn't you take his last name, Kelly? You're not a good wife. You're not a holy wife.
From the get-go. Like, no matter the cute little Instagram video that he made telling his daughter about how they met at this burger place and stuff, this is completely inappropriate behavior. This is a massive breach of professional ethics, and it is a super dodgy thing to do on his end. But instead, she emphasizes how this caught her off guard.
Yes, love at first sight. Yes, obviously, but again, my mindset wasn't there.
But then she has to catch herself and say, well, obviously it was love at first sight. But this wasn't the first time that she saw him, because she first saw him, like, previously.
Because it rhymes with the C word. Would you want to be called Brunt? I don't know. The brunt of the issue is that...
Anything to say about him then?
I mean, there's so many clever podcast names you could have with the name Brunt. Why wouldn't you want that name?
August of 2019, she launched her podcast, Midweek Rise Up. The last episode that she did, as we can see on her website, is 9th of September 2025, because obviously she's been very busy with Turning Point USA since then. And of course grieving, hence the grieving glitter. Erica has been involved in Turning Point USA events, in particular focusing on young women's side and often doing things in tandem with Charlie.
Be the woman that your future husband deserves. Like, be the
Ew.
woman that, God wants you to be. You don't have to be out partying.
Also featuring solo at Young Women's Leadership Summits.
Mother is incredible. And I know you guys, some of you aren't there yet, but it's amazing. It is so special. I don't want you to be chasing a paycheck and a title and a corner office and sacrifice such a short window
Grieving
that you
glitter is
have
hilarious.
in this time period.
Something which has been going on for 10 years now. In terms of their relationship timeline, Charlie proposed in December 2020. They got married on the 8th of May 2021, which Turning Point USA paid for their reception of, by the way. They had their daughter in August of 2022, and their son was born in May of 2024. Once again,
This is what I mean, dude. It was all around 2020. Where, like, Tim Scott also got married. He got married. It's like, oh shit, people are starting to question if we're gay or if we're really family people. Let's pick a chick from our recruiting pool and just match them up with one of our dudes. Like, that's what I feel like happens. And with the Epstein files coming out, I'm like, I think this is more than likely what happens. Trump's got his beauty pageant roster, and they're just like, which one from this beauty pageant roster do you want? You pick it. That's your wife now.
Children are very young. She is 3, he is 1. So let's get into their relationship and the challenges and the hypocrisy that is like swirling around all of this. But first, I need a break, and I feel like you do too.
Help protect affordable healthcare. Tell Mount Sinai, stop price hikes, stop putting profits over patients.
Ever wondered where the web was born? Here, in the labs of CERN, at the foot.
And this is why I can relate a lot to the Manhattan mindset of a lot of young women, where it's career oriented. Because my mom used to tell me, don't feel like you need to rely on a man for life and work.
Erica's mum
And
Laurie
fuck
raised
my
her
mom.
incredibly well, as you can clearly see with these really good, strong messages. However, that's not the kind of woman that Charlie or Erica want everyone to be, even though Charlie ended up choosing the boss babe to be his wife. Viewers have been asking them questions, and so they're doing like the little cute coupley Q&A.
Who is more conservative and why?
Erica,
That was a fast answer.
Yes.
by far. Not even close. I am a moderate compared to Erica.
Andrew always jokes that once you got married to me, you got more based.
That's true. That is true. No, Erica is very conservative.
And then he goes to say,
Having kids made you more conservative?
100%. Which I didn't think was possible.
when she was already incredibly conservative to begin with. How much more right could you get? Well, I guess we're at fascism now. So, guess I answered my own question. This part really interests me because Charlie brings up like women not having children and how that's quite a liberal thing to do.
The women who don't have kids are more left-leaning because they choose not to have kids. That's a whole different topic.
Yeah,
whole different
they
topic.
consider kids to being
A nuisance.
a burden.
A nuisance.
I stress this to everybody constantly. I only want people to become parents or caregivers if they genuinely want to have kids and want to have all of the responsibility that comes along with raising a child and then being there for them for their entire adult lives and loving them no matter what their gender is, no matter what their sexuality is, no matter what their hobbies are. There is a particular framing of women as being selfish and wrong for not having kids, and there is a lot more vitriol towards women who do not have children, and that is like another video I want to make as well because it's actually gotten a lot worse these days. But don't worry because Charlie comes with the best advice here.
Women should look for men that have self-control, and men should look for women that are willing to submit, which is basically a non-feminist woman.
So he only has to adhere to his own ideas of self-control, and then she has to submit to
my
whatever
wife's pretty
he
feminist. She
determines to be
submits,
the
you know
way
what I'm
that
saying?
things
I
should
like
be.
it.
That can't end badly for anybody. And then she decides to pick up this thread of submission and talk
All
about
this makes me wonder if they hired a father for those kids too. Word. I mean, they have to have some kind of like nannies or whatever if she's gone on all these fucking speaking tours all over the place.
how it's biblical and how important it is.
My biblical role is to be the helpmate to my husband.
Best
As
would be
a
if
wife.
the nanny
I am
is like
to quote unquote submit
Bahamian
to you, which is a beautiful word, by the way.
Jamaican, and they end up
because
being
that's
like
the
super
order
left
of
wing
how
kids.
it's supposed to go, and God will bless that.
Like what if Charlie
Submit
Kirk's
to one
kids
another out
end
of
up
reverence
being
for
like
Christ.
Mm-hmm.
This submits that both
Leninist
husband and wives are called to
Marxists or
serve and
whatever the
prioritize
fuck.
each other's needs.
Funny, isn't it, how it says for husbands to submit to your wives and for wives to submit to your husbands, but the only thing that ever gets focused on is the wives submitting to husbands part. She rambles on for quite a bit, but it's about following the natural order of things. So you've got the whole umbrella, you've got God, the husband, the wife, and then the children. And it means that the woman is responsible for her things in her domain.
But if you try to have a career while you have your kids, there is no such thing as balance. That is such a myth. I can't spend half of the day doing one thing.
They aren't letting feminist grandma watch. No, they're not. Yeah.
Missed out half of that time with being with the kids. So like you have to choose where your heart has to be fully with the home. But if you miss those precious first few years, that is so hard to make up because memories are so much more important than an added paycheck.
As in looking after the children. Who is with your children, by the way? Who's helping them through this horrible time?
It's easy to not be poor if you are a man. You have to make a decision, a conscious choice to not have a poverty mindset.
But what about school debt?
And I was actually glad to see her questioning him.
They should have gone to college.
Because college is a scam.
Yeah.
But she's still in higher education and he is dissing it. They both plan to homeschool their kids until the 6th, 7th or 8th grade when they may go to school. 6th grade, I checked as well, is about the ages of 11 or 12. And who is it that's meant to be teaching these children? It's the women. That's why there is so much pressure from people like these to have kids young, to get married young.
See if I can order the vape I
motherhood
want.
is natural to women and that it takes longer for men to be able to find themselves.
Very good mothers with almost no training. It's just at 23, 24, women can make good mothers.
I don't know about that.
I actually got my hopes up when she started to push back, but then she says this.
Stick their kid in front of Cuckoo Melon. What is it? Cocoa Melon? What is it? Miss Rachel? Oh, her voice kills me. Those shows for hours. But they have to be prepared for it too.
People sit there.
See? They're watching Miss Rachel, dude. Probably not now. But enough that they have it in there now. You can't undo that. They're going to want sharing is caring. They're going to understand that other kids are just like them. When I got married at 18, my vows included obey, and his did not. The preacher would not alter them. I lived the scam they are trying to sell young people, and guess what? It sucked. Yeah. It's a scam. It's a scam to just produce more workers. for the capitalist machine. That's it.
Kids in front of the TV for hours. Well, who is with your children right now? Like, these two are such rich people that they can afford the Montessori schools, they can afford the best in care, they can afford the best babysitters, the best tutors, the best everything. Like, there is so much hypocrisy, just like we see with all of the glamorous tradwife content creators. It's all to sell this vision of propaganda of this soft life, salt of the earth stuff, and there is another video which I want to make on the soft life and how that's being sold in particular to corporate women, and how corporate women have been leaving the workforce because of hostility. Again, future video, let me know if you want it.
After your kids are in school or after they're in high school, you can always go back to work. You can always find a way to get back into the workforce.
You can always have your career. Being able to have a family truly is a very limited, short window. You can start your career if you have people and it's amazing business, have other people run it. You can still manage it. You can still pour into it, but you have your babies. And then once your babies are grown and the nest is empty, go back to your career. There's nothing wrong with that.
Please show me all of the amazing workplaces across the USA that have this sort of wonderful, flexible approach. The companies that provide summer holidays off, the companies that allow you to work from 8 until 3, the companies that allow for paid time off for both parents, the companies that don't mind you taking, what is it, like, you're meant to be homeschooling them until at least the age of like 12 or something. What companies are happy to have a 12 to 18 year gap in someone's resume?
If you don't have a career, you have your babies, the Lord's going to inspire something inside of you that you're like, you know what, there's a problem, I have a solution. How many baby companies have been born out of moms, you know?
Just come off it. She is selling such a false girl boss ending here, being like, oh, well, successful women have come out of this because at home they found stuff that there's a need for. My God, do you know why these mothers were able to do that? Because they had enough money to be able to have the seed fund, to be able to get off the ground to begin with. And not only that, the only ones that you're seeing are the successful ones. This is called the survivorship bias, which, if you don't already know, is sampling bias where multiple factors are overlooked. Most people are struggling to get by day to day, with everyone who can work working in the household. Have children young. You can worry about a career when the kids are grown up. Don't worry about it because you're with a good man, of course, so it's his job to take care of you. I mean, if you're struggling financially, well then you didn't pick a good enough godly man. See how this always comes back around to shifting the blame onto the women no matter what? This is the most infuriating take of all, and it is so potentially damaging if girls actually absorb this messaging. So how do you rationalize being a boss babe to a multi-million-dollar company whilst you are actually a mother?
Right, well, I didn't ask for this. Obviously it's a blessing that I view it as a blessing. It's a duty to my husband. But I was very happy being a stay-at-home mom, and his mission was my mission. So stepping into this role is not so much a job title. This is not a 9-to-5 for me. This is something that I'm very passionate about because it's still a remaining breathing version of my husband, this Turning Point USA. So this organization is not just a company to me. And the staff and employees are not staff and employees, they're family.
It's such a sneaky dodge that she's saying here by trying to say that Turning Point is a family. It's more than just a career. And it's like, well, that's the case for so many women who are doing things that they are passionate about.
And so for me, it's a lot different and a lot deeper than a career. This is very personal.
It's so noble of her to take on this role and should much rather be with the children. Again, I just keep on reflecting on the children because no matter how reprehensible parents are, kids don't choose who they get born to.
Can't find a place to
That's
order
what
it
I was
online.
like, who's with
I'm so mad. Sorry. MK Ultra brainwashing has been going on for many years. These kids are going to be screwed up. Yeah.
the children, who's looking after them? Like, this is such a horrible time that they must be going through. And it's just been like, I'm on tour, buy this book, buy this thing, have this photo op. And it's not like they're financially struggling and she has to go out and work because like her husband passed away. It's not that situation at all. Is the girl boss that she so vehemently fights against. The only reason that she has any leg to stand on with the conservative community is because she has provided Charlie with children. And she's using the Lord and Charlie's wishes as her veil so that people can't critique her for the things that she's been doing during like this really awful time. In this Megyn Kelly interview, she raises a meeting that happened with donors in August of 2025.
God forbid if something happens to you, like what would happen next to Turning Point? And Charlie made a really interesting point. He said companies, you know, example, Apple, Macintosh. He said they're founder-led. He said, but what I have built will one day, if I'm not around, be vision-led. And he had made mention at the end, like, Erica will do a great job running it.
Oh, that's suspicious.
I have
That's
searched
very
high and low.
suspicious.
I have tried to find any sort of scrap of evidence for this. Nothing exists except for Erica's word here. And trust me, my patrons know I am a trash panda. I will find things that I am not meant to be able to find. And the reason that I don't bring certain people up is because they have got a small platform and I can see them potentially turning into Nick Fuentes types, and I don't want to give them more of a platform by saying how ridiculous and horrible and harmful the things that they're saying are, because we don't need more of them. And then she adds on more girl boss empowerment, saying how she was raised by a single mother herself who did this.
I'm not afraid of raising my children alone because I saw my mom do that. I'm not afraid of being a CEO because I saw my mom do that.
So what is it? Because Charlie himself slammed women who went and worked. Again, she doesn't have to work. They were so rich. They've got multiple properties. They are not going to struggle at all. The family won't. And if Charlie was a good father that he kept on stressing the importance of being the provider, then they would have contingency plans in place. They would have insurances in place. They would be covered for life. Sorted. The hypocrisy just makes my brain hurt, but they do not care about the hypocrisy. The main thing is about keeping Turning Point USA churning and making more and more people as conservative as possible and getting more and more money and more power. Let me tell you what, Turning Point USA has been incredibly profitable since Charlie passed. Donations absolutely skyrocketed. Actually, let's talk about it.
People hoping for a turning point to go conservative light. Now
that's not happening.
Okay.
No, we are not. Turning Point USA is not becoming feminized. Let me tell you that. That is not going to happen.
Awesome.
Mantle that I understand and that I know that Charlie has entrusted to me, the team has entrusted to me, the Lord has entrusted to me, and I take that very seriously.
And now she's working as hard as possible to make Turning Point USA as big as possible and get closer and closer to the Trump administration, even endorsing J.D. Vance for 2028.
It was, interestingly enough, one of the last few conversations we had was how intentional he was about supporting J.D. for 28.
Yeah. He was totally behind JD, and he was largely responsible for Trump picking JD.
Dude, dude, the nastiness. Oh, here is fucking Nicki Minaj. The nasty work of your boy just dies, and then you're just gonna put words in his mouth. Oh, actually, he loved Israel. Actually, he loved JD Vance. Whatever works for you. That's some evil shit, dude. That's some evil shit. Can you stand beside the block so your laser bounces left to right? Yes, I can. And I'm going to combine my laser with the catapult and make more lasers.
Assassin. Understand the hug that you and JD had?
I'm starting to cry. He says he's so proud of you, and I say, God bless you, and I touch the back of his head. Anyone who I've hugged that I have touched the back of your head when I hug you, I always say, God bless you. That's just me. If you want to take that out of context, go right ahead.
Okay then. Sure, Jan. The thing is that everyone was bringing up this hug for how inappropriate it was, because it is very inappropriate to be doing that to a vice president. TPUSA is a behemoth of a company with revenue in 2024 being $84 million US dollars. As they're a not-for-profit organization, the donations are anonymous, unless people sing the praises of them and publicly say what they're donating. The group spokesperson, Andrew Colbert, told Fox News on the 14th of September they had received 54,000 inquiries about launching new chapters, which are what Turning Point call these different clubs that pop up across different schools and universities and colleges. This has made him into a martyr and made her into someone in a really great position of power to align herself so well with this fascist regime. Now, this is really important because Turning Point USA is rolling out Club America. Like Teresa K. Newman shares in this TikTok.
You create this large DEI percentage and then you lower the standards, that puts people in harm's way. Does that make sense? Well, actually, in a lot of industries, they did. In the pilots, in the industry, they did say 50% black pilots. They did say that.
They are spreading right-wing propaganda in high schools, which is full of misinformation.
Christian nationalists and all these names, that's just a name that the left made up to silence people. I am a Christian and I love my nation.
Like, the kids are even pushing back and questioning them, but the whole point is to get this propaganda into schools during these very influential ages.
He loved the students, but also he loved empowering them to know that they could make a difference and how important voting was.
It's getting scarily close to Hitler Youth and the League of German Girls, which was all about indoctrinating a nationalistic ideology which is loyal, unquestioning, and boys and girls have their particular roles to play. Girls in the home and boys ready to fight. This is how you did right by your country, which is especially concerning as Trump is launching his idea of the Patriot Games.
In the fall, we will host the first ever Patriot Games.
Forgot about that.
Unprecedented.
We're gonna have our own
athletic
Olympics.
Event featuring the greatest high school athletes, one young man and one young woman from each state and territory.
Yo, try and filter out high school kids who are not going to take an opportunity when they're on national television to do some wild shit. Yes, they might find, Trump supporting high schoolers, but even the most Trumpy high schooler would take that page out of Donald Trump's book and use that moment to hawk his own Twitch or YouTube or whatever, or to streak or to flip off the camera or something. Imagine the Senate, but a cage match. That'd be hilarious. I don't know if you watched Majority Report, how long you watched Majority Report for, but I used to call in and go, who would win in a fight? Who would win in a fight, Donald Trump or Joe Biden? Cage match. No rules, just who will stand over the other at the end. Stuff like that. Ted Cruz versus Rand Paul, or Kamala Harris versus Hillary Clinton.
But I promise there will be no men playing in women's sports. You're not going to see that.
TPUSA's Club America is exactly what Robert O. Paxton is warning about in this book, The Anatomy of Fascism. They're spreading the same misinformation in the way that Charlie Kirk did about DEI, spreading falsities and sharing vulnerable information about LGBTQIA+ people, even using her own daughter's trauma to say that that's the reason that she became a lesbian.
His daughter had a lot of trauma as a child. Something really terrible happened to her when she was very young that I would hope never would happen to any other child. And as a result of it, she's a lesbian, she's gay.
Where were you when she clearly needed you as a child? Just, makes my blood absolutely boil. The reason that Charlie got as successful as he was because of those viral clip moments that went very popular, and seemingly some charisma and warmth that came along with that as well. You don't really get that from the Nick Fuentes types, and Nick Fuentes isn't exactly someone that many people can really look up to in terms of like holding these great Christian values. Charlie Kirk married a pageant queen and kept on about his religious convictions and family values. Like, that sort of stuff sells very well to middle America. There's a lot more pressure to try and find the next Charlie Kirk that meets these same criteria, and I don't know where you're going to find that. It's certainly not in the Groper community, and it's certainly not in a lot of the right-wing talking heads that I've seen.
So Club America, powered by TPUSA, is a future leaders club. We serve to empower students that want to be the next Charlie Kirk and want to carry on his legacy.
Erica doesn't seem to have the
Would
same
you say
sort
they
of
want to carry the flame?
connection as what Charlie did with people, obviously also because you're in conservative spaces, and so they'd much rather listen to a man and for the woman to be doing what she should be doing right now.
Build your family. Go raise a family. Go build a life of holy defiance. Go love your husband. Go love your babies. Go teach your children how to blaze a trail of glory. Go lead in truth and go be the light.
If she was mourning with the kids, if she was sharing like these inspirational posts instead and not out girl bossing, I feel like people would like her more. However, I don't even think it matters if people like her. Stay with me here, because look at the women who are working in the Trump administration. They are just as cold as Erica is. And we can see the exact tactic that Erica's going to be using, which is using God as her shield to do whatever the hell she wants to do in order to stay obedient to Trump. The connection with the Trump administration is so incredibly strong, and we can already see that JD Vance is the next replacement if something happens to Trump within the next few years and even afterwards. Like, Peter Thiel and the other billionaires have got such a vested interest in making sure that the Republicans stay in power, so it doesn't really matter if we like her or not.
Boss babe, I mean, I lived in Manhattan. Charlie essentially plucked me out of the New York City
was smart
orbit
enough to
and was
kick
like,
you the
"No,
fuck
there's
out."
a healthier way of viewing things and looking at life and things like that. And he was right.
Erica provides the blueprint for all of the girl bosses out there to find true fulfillment and happiness by leaving that life behind and obeying men and having babies instead. It is totally fine to be a mother. I've got nothing against motherhood. It's more the fact that you're meant to submit to men in order to be happy, to forego a career in order to be happy. And the fact that they are purposefully targeting 15 to 25-year-olds, like people in these very
15-year-olds.
impressionable, influential times in their life. And she very well knows this, and she can speak from her, quote, experience being a girl boss, from working as hard as she did. And I've been very purposeful in showing you how much she really does use this rhetoric of how miserable it made her, how much happier it made her to be a woman, to be a godly woman, to serve under Charlie and be there for him. She's like the enforcer of what the trad wife does. The trad wife provides the happy, pretty propaganda, whereas Erica, with her very conservative values, with her very conservative, staunch, strong views, and this kind of righteous anger that she displays very often, she's the enforcer. And that's why I'm saying her combined with Turning Point USA, I feel is going to be the perfect accompaniment to the dictator that is Trump, and of course soon to be JD Vance. As much as they're trying to find the next Charlie Kirk, she will honestly fulfill the perfect role of the fascist Barbie. And ultimately that's what makes her so frightening, and that's why I don't want someone like Erica Kirk to be underestimated in terms of how far they will go. She saw that the amount of money that could be made in Turning Point USA was far beyond anything that she could make herself. She has stressed in these interviews with Charlie how much stress she was under, how she hated that, and
Dude, but the fact that, like, people still didn't even know about Turning Points. Let me rephrase. Millennials, Gen X, and Boomers, outside of our circles, didn't even know Turning Points existed, didn't know Charlie Kirk existed, until the motherfucker got. So I think she's going to be almost as obscure, right? There's notice on her now because, you know, this happened in September, but even now, she's kind of like out of the news. You know what I mean? Like, she's back to obscurity. And yes, there's a lot of money in this ecosystem. The Christian evangelical right-wing ecosystem, there's a lot of money flowing around. People can make killings. I mean, hell, I'm going through FD Signifier's video about Tyler Perry, and that's a lot of, like, how he came up through the black church. And, like, that's a whole ecosystem. You could have a whole ass career, be a millionaire, only playing to church crowds. But outside of that, you know, you'll get someone in class filming their teacher talking about Christian nationalism, and then they'll get fired. Like, it's you're not gonna, you can't. It's the same thing we were talking about earlier. The Epstein class. They think they can just direct people in whichever way they want to go, and whenever, like, cultural rejection of their ideals happens, they're like, this is temporary. We'll put in propaganda and we'll circle back. And yeah, you've been trying to do that for 60 it took you 60 years to get people in power who are willing to, like, overturn civil rights. And it's not happening yet still. And it's not going to last because it's too far for people. You're too late. You're too late. You made your argument in the 60s. It was rejected. And now we're here. You cannot force us to want egg creams and leather jackets like it's the fucking 50s.
How she much preferred being with him because it allowed a much more secure life for her. I really wanted to make this video because we are in very dangerous times, and I wanted to make sure that there was an accurate picture painted of exactly what Erica's past was like and how she really is manipulating people and how she is creating her own propaganda about her own past. Like I said, I have my receipts, all of my sources are in the description box as they always are. You've even heard it from her own mouth. Like, I really just wanted to make sure that there was a source of truth actually here. If you made it all the way to the end of this video, thank you so very much. I know this has been an incredibly long one. I've been filming in this full-length dress in 30-degree weather, which is this in Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit for you, but it is very hot right now. So I'm just gonna like go stand next to a fan. And if you made it all the way to the end of this video, just because we are talking about Toilet Paper USA, why don't you leave the toilet paper emoji, and since it's in the spirit, why not the fireworks emoji? But I really do appreciate you making it all the way to the end of these videos. It makes a massive difference to my reach out on YouTube, and also for commenting down.
There you go, that was great. Right, you enjoyed that. The same people who say Trump won, get over it, haven't gotten over civil rights. They haven't gotten over the Civil War. They've been fighting that shit for fucking ever. Where's the emoji thing? I can't put emojis. Cool. All right. Let's see what Krista and Kyle got to say about Joe Rogan.
Files linked figures that he's had on his show, that he's given a platform to, that he continues to hold up and venerate. You know, he at the very least is
reference
a
frame. What up, bro?
useful idiot for the Epstein class.
That's his yak roll.
And the fascist regime that is currently in place in the United States government.
But either way, Zach, we got one more big topic, and that's Crystal and Kyle calling out good old friend of theirs, Joe Rogan, not that long ago. These folks were pretty friendly. I remember when Crystal and Sagar went on the Joe Rogan Experience. They kind of did like a tag team episode where they both went on there. Obviously, Kyle went on Joe Rogan like 6 fucking times.
Remember the In-N-Out video he made with Corin on the way to fucking interview or get interviewed by Joe Rogan?
Yup, many years ago, but it doesn't seem that long ago. Right? It's crazy how much this bridge has been fucking torched. There is no bridge fucking left at all. It is totally burnt to a crisp.
Blocked his number.
Yeah, we talked about that too. Yeah, Kyle revealing in a recent Kyle and Corin episode that he's literally blocked Joe Rogan's number. So the beef is real. And here, again, I always find it extra interesting because Kyle does a lot of videos where he goes after Rogan. At this point, that's old news. But Crystal, you know, she doesn't talk as much about Rogan. So I was especially interested to see what Crystal has to say here. Let's listen to the first like 5 minutes or so of this, and then there's a specifically spicy moment towards the very end that I also want to get your reaction to, Zach. But do you have anything to say before we plow into this?
No, let's rock and roll.
Love the torture video post, and he's like, I don't understand. Why would they redact that guy? Like, bro, come on, wakey, let's catch up here. Like,
And that was the Sultan. Massey forced them to release that name. Otherwise, that was going to remain redacted.
That's exactly right. So anyway, he is like, you know, months behind and a day late,
gross.
$1 short.
I hate
and
it.
his whole audience is revolting now against him, and they're going, this is so dishonest. Like, and he gave himself credit for like rejecting the meeting with Jeffrey Epstein, which I did too. But what Rogan doesn't tell you is, motherfucker, you have the whole motherfucking Epstein class come on your podcast and whitewash their record. Personal chef come on the show. Did you know that?
No.
He did a whole...
Yeah, that's crazy too. Did you know that apparently Epstein's personal chef came on Rogan's show?
What?
Yeah, that's what Kyle just said. I didn't even know this shit.
And this guy had to like
now against him, and they're going, this is so dishonest. Like, and he gave himself credit for like rejecting the meeting with Jeffrey Epstein, which I did too. But what Rogan doesn't tell you is, motherfucker, you have the whole motherfucking Epstein class come on your podcast and whitewash their record. He had Jeffrey Epstein's personal chef come on the show. Did you know that?
No.
He did a whole interview with Jeffrey Epstein's personal chef and never mentioned fucking Jeffrey Epstein.
What?
Never mind the talk with Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel lied to his face and lied to Rogan's audience when he said, like, oh, I was just getting tax advice from him. And then you see the emails and he's like, had a great time with you last night, fella, or whatever the hell it said.
Yeah.
Elon Musk, who was embarrassingly begging to go to the island. I mean,
on Christmas morning.
On Christmas morning, you disgusting sick fuck. What a disgusting freak.
I do. You have made this case, and I really believe it, that a big part of Rogan's problem is his bromance with Elon. Like
100%.
he really has drank the Kool-Aid about he's a genius and he's world historic and all this stuff. And so he just can't, now he has to rationalize. And it is crazy to see, I mean, I think about Alex Jones too. Like these are people, Rogan used to talk about the Epstein stuff all the time. Like this should have been your moment where it's like, yes, we were right about all these things we've been saying. And instead it's like, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let's talk about something else.
And I got some proof of that actually from a recent Joe Rogan episode he did with Matt McCusker. I think it was the most recent actually. You know, I was just listening to this last night. I was like, I guess I should, find out what Rogan's been saying recently before we have this conversation. And Matt McCusker is actually a pretty popular comedian. He's a pretty funny guy. He does a podcast with Shane Gillis. But either way,
For Matt and Shane.
yeah.
Matt and Shane's
Either
secret
way,
podcast.
we're gonna go back to the KKF in a second. But just to illustrate Crystal's point, you think Rogan would be all over that, just obsessed with the Epstein thing. See, we were right, and not only were we right, but the fucking president of the United States implicated in this. Unfortunately, he has to take a slightly different tone because the president of the United States is his buddy, who he texts with and calls on the phone, and all this shit, right?
It sat in like the front row at inauguration for.
Yeah, literally. So let's take a listen to this and how Joe Rogan's been processing world events recently.
Are we dying in here? I think they crush your mitochondria.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know if I just get scared by AI clips on Instagram.
Bro, I'm
but
scared of everything. I have to fucking stay offline.
I know.
I'm reading too much of the news, and it's overwhelming me. Like sometimes at nighttime, I can't wind down.
Yeah.
It's just there's too much news. There's too much fucking madness. Where I'm I can't wind down.
Yeah.
It's just there's too much news. Too much.
Then why'd you vote for the
We're about to
guy?
go
No, aren't you
who
the
made
dumb
it
motherfucker
crazy?
that used to say people need to suffer more? I just don't think that. I think the problem is everybody's too soft. I just don't think. I actually just don't think. I think everybody, they don't know what it's like to suffer, man. That's why I sit in a hot sauna every day. That's why I do cold plunges, man. You're such a little fucking bitch. I don't read the news because all of my friends
Don't do a
keep getting,
cold plunge.
exposed
Go live
to
in
pedophile fucking
Alaska.
child molesters.
Go live in the
Alright.
wilderness of
All
Alaska.
these people I've just been in cahoots with. I really can't allow them around
No
my kids
fucking
anymore.
cell phone.
Yeah,
No
literally.
way to
wind
contact. See
down.
if you can survive.
It's just there's too much
That's a
news.
test.
There's too much fucking madness. We're about to go to war with Iran.
I know.
Everyone's eating beef jerky and pizza. What are they?
Maybe you should call up Donald Trump and ask him about this stuff, bro. We're about to go to
Everyone's
war with
eating
Iran.
beef
That's keeping
jerky
you up at
and
night. Well,
pizza.
luckily you have the
Fucking
president's
wrong.
number. Tell him to call off the strikes, motherfucker. If I had Donald Trump's number, I'd be spamming that shit. I'd be like, hey, stop. Don't do this. Call him up in the middle. Hey, bro, guess what's going to fuck your popularity? Going to war with Iran. Bro, you actually have his number. You have influence. And instead you're just like, oh, I better go to bed because this is too stressful. What a pussy.
Yeah.
What a total
Which
pussy.
dude
And
has
again,
to
if this was all my
manufacture
friends
suffering?
implicated, I wouldn't be able to read the news either.
Literally.
Imagine.
Exactly.
Go to war with Iran.
I know.
Everyone's eating beef jerky and pizza. What are these? What the fuck is pizza?
I know.
How far does this go? How come this never got released before? What is happening?
I mean,
Well,
my thing is I'm not.
The guy you wanted to be president didn't fucking release it, and then our idiot fucking former president didn't release it. And you would know that if you had opened your phone and typed it into Google one time.
Yeah, 100%. And as people have pointed out in the chat, the beef jerky and pizza thing is all code words and Epstein emails that seemingly have something to do with the exploitation of children. I'm not sure exactly what, but clearly code language that was used to describe unspeakable acts carried out by Joe Rogan's friends, the people literally in his friend circle. Imagine 75% of your homies are implicated in the most evil, horrific scandal of our time. Again, I wouldn't want to read the news either. I would also want to just turn off the lights and go to bed and lay there and think of something else or whatever Joe Rogan does. Probably doesn't smoke very much pot anymore because I would get hella paranoid. I'd start to think oh fuck, bro, oh fuck, I'm going to hell. I'm going to hell. I've surrounded myself by the most evil fucking pedophiles alive. Of course.
All of the most evil fucking people on planet Earth have been on his podcast. That Peter Attia guy used to go on there all the time.
Yeah, 100%. So I thought that was pretty funny. Again, just to illustrate the point that Crystal's making. Obviously, I mean, can you imagine if these files implicated Joe Biden in the way they implicate Donald Trump, and this was all popping off during the Biden presidency? Like, Joe Rogan loved to talk about how Biden, you know, can't even talk, or like he would hyperfixate on every Biden issue, every Biden scandal. Imagine if this kind of scandal was popping off during the Biden era, and imagine hearing Joe Rogan just be like, I can't even keep up with it, bro. There's just so much news. It's all madness. I can't even deal with it, man. It's crazy. So, no, it's total cope. But either way, let's hear a little bit more of this.
Because Joe Rogan talks on the phone with Donald Trump. Joe Rogan texts with Donald Trump. I'm sure he texts regularly with J.D. Vance, you know, like Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, all these people. He had Mark Andreessen on his show, Mark Zuckerberg on his show. Yeah. All these people are, you know, they're friends of Joe's now. He runs in those. I was going to say waters. Mixing metaphors there. Swims in those waters.
Runs in those circles.
Runs in those
does
circles.
all of those things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So now, I mean, you know, Tim Dillon is being more honest. I still think overall his politics are not great because he does the both sides bullshit and he's an enlightened centrist kind of, but at least he's telling the truth more. It's got to be weird for Tim Dillon to be around Joe Rogan now. Like, next time Tim Dillon comes on the podcast, Rogan's going to issue a motherfucking gag order to make sure he doesn't tell the truth a little too hard.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So anyway, I give you all of that to let you know Rogan is sort of like his own.
The one thing I will say about Tim Dillon is you don't have to tell him to fucking put on a fucking smile for Joe Rogan. That guy will tap dance for Joe Rogan. He knows exactly what Joe wants to hear, and that's exactly how Tim Dillon will behave on his show. I think the one big criticism I have of Tim Dillon is that, you know, he would totally just simp for Joe Rogan until he dies. They'll never call out Joe Rogan like Kyle would.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. I mean, Tim Dillon will turn on Trump, but he's not going to connect the dots and then turn on Rogan too. Like, no, there's too much right-wing comedian solidarity for that to occur.
The audience is sort of like, fuck you, you're playing hide the ball. You helped whitewash these people, and Rogan is still coping and seething in his bubble. Not over any of that stuff. He's still pissed that Mark Maron called him out and got a lot of juice off of that. Like that, you know, it went mega viral and people started loving Mark Maron.
Yeah, I've been watching American Redact, which is like a channel that follows the comedy universe and the Roganverse especially. He can't stop talking about Mark Maron, dude. It's really funny.
Somebody telling the truth about the Rogan sphere.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at this video from American Redact and we'll come back and react to it.
That's the one.
So yeah, then they go on and watch.
This is literally the one.
This video from American Redact, which I definitely recommend you guys check out. It's really good. But that's most of the first part of the conversation. There's one more quick timestamp I had loaded up over here, where Crystal, again, really takes the gloves off here. Again, it's not that long ago that her and Sagar were in the Joe Rogan studio, you know, chumming it up with Joe Rogan. I do think it's pretty crazy, pretty intense, just how much has changed. So much so that Crystal is willing to say what you're about to hear.
Yeah, I mean, the number of Epstein Files linked figures that he's had on his show, that he's given a platform to, that he continues to hold up and venerate. You know, he at the very least is a useful idiot for the Epstein class.
That's his yak role.
And the fascist regime that is currently in place in the United States government. And
boom, Joe Rogan, useful idiot of the Epstein class and of the fascistic regime that rules our country. That's pretty intense. I'm glad no one describes me that way.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's apt. I think that's almost even generous, right? You could even call him a collaborator at this point, giving the most watched podcast not only to all of the people in the files, but to Donald Trump. And you've brought it up in the past, I know, in the lead up to the election, but we haven't talked about it in a while, how pathetic it was for Joe Rogan to pretend that he cared so much about the vaccines for so long and then not say anything about it to Donald Trump, who was the guy that did Operation Warp Speed. Now, we debunked and we made content after content after content for a fucking year about how Joe Rogan was an idiot and you should never take any medical advice from him. But for him to have nothing to say about it to Donald Trump, really at all, no pushback, no you're responsible for this, blah, 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 nothing. Just kissing his ass and continuing to promote him and, you know, returning to always being critical of the Democrats as soon as Donald Trump left.
Yeah, that's when I realized Rogan doesn't actually believe in anything beyond taking creatine and eating steak or whatever.
I've
you know what I'm
crashed
saying?
the game
Because he pretended to care so much about the vaccine. He pretended to care so
balls
much
were
about it. So much so that you wouldn't think he would then go
for the game.
help reelect the guy who did all the stuff that he hated about COVID and the lockdowns and the vaccine. and Operation Warp Speed and the whole lot, right? That was Trump. That was Trump. And when he had the chance to challenge him on that, question him, had nothing to say. Completely and utterly useless, even on that one issue, which again, he claimed to care so much about. And I genuinely thought he did. Like, I actually did think that, oh, okay, that Joe Rogan's talking about this vaccine stuff so much, he has to believe it, right? He has to be deeply invested in this because he's kind of like torpedoing his entire credibility by making it the single issue, which he never shuts the fuck up. Apparently not. Apparently not. So that was really crazy. But yeah, I mean, pretty glorious to hear Crystal and Kyle both on the same page, acknowledging Rogan as the useful idiot to the Epstein class that he is. And I agree, Zach. I think that's generous. I think you could straight up call him collaborator. I think that's 100% on point.
Yup, and Crystal has always been really, really charitable to Rogan, and so has Kyle. So I think that the real tide has turned at this point. And, you know, if everybody hadn't made up their mind that he was MAGA, 15 months ago when the election happened, they've now not only made up their mind that he's MAGA, but that he's washed and on his way to being completely irrelevant.
Yep, 100%. I watched some more of that Rogan McCusker pod the other night. It was fine. Like, it is kind of refreshing, like, because of the fact that so many of Joe Rogan's friends are implicated in the political controversies of our day, right? I feel like that does cause him to talk less about his kind of political and culture war hot takes, which is refreshing. I actually kind of appreciated listening to the Joe Rogan Experience last night, and they weren't talking about that stuff. I didn't have to hear Rogan whining about wokeness and vaccines and all that stuff. So that's the only kind of silver lining to this, because it's so awkward, because of how implicated his friends are. I do feel like that causes him to talk less about politics and culture war issues, because again, it's all his friends in fucking charge. But even with that, it just felt like they were going through the motions. It's like, all right, now we're going to talk about the carnivore diet, and just like all these typical Joe Rogan topics you've already heard him expound on a million times. That's what it felt like, last night when I was watching the most recent Joe Rogan episode. It was like,
because,
the worst
dude, when comedians get too famous and rich, what else do they have to talk about but being rich and rich people problems? And they become uninteresting. I think my favorite, South Park, has suffered from this on occasion, where I can tell that they are complaining about something that only affects them because they are privileged enough to be going on vacation to Hawaii or whatever it is. Bill Burr talks a lot about helicopters for someone who's still a blue collar, blah 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 kind of worker. And like when your stories go from, so I'm on the road and I'm at this shitty hotel and I eat this shitty food or the airline food or whatever the fuck, to I'm sitting in a trailer on a set of a movie, and this, like, then your audience starts to lose relatability to you.
Thing I'd ever heard. I wasn't pulling my hair out, but it also just felt boring, and like I'd already heard that conversation a million times, and Joe Rogan just kind of going back to the greatest hits and like, yeah, let's talk about the carnivore diet or whatever, just the same old shit. So yeah, I mean, he definitely still has a huge audience. His podcasts still get like easily over 500,000 views every time he posts them, but I do feel like his influence and relevance has waned a lot, even if he still has a big viewership.
Oh yeah, his cultural pull has been reduced to fucking what, at least half of what it was 5 years ago.
All right, speaking of that, let's do that. Let's go check out that video that Crystal and Kyle were doing. Do they link it? No. How could you? Yo, I don't know how to do this, by the way, on a YouTube video. Can I show this? Yes. So, in the description of your video, it shows views, the date it was posted, and then hashtags next to it. I don't know how to do that. How do you put hashtags next to the date and the views? I'll put hashtags in the title of the video and in the description, like a whole section of like this, like just hashtags here. But how do you put them up here? I don't understand. Oh, this is Majority Report with the workout thing. That's funny. Got. Let's check this out.
So I wanted to start
I want to talk about Gianmarco and Caroline Kwan about celebrity cowardice. But I want to check out this Crystal Kyle. Where they mention American Redact. No. Yeah.
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business.
Everything we're talking about here is not stuff you're going to hear on Joe Rogan's show. You're just not.
Yeah.
He was going over the Love the Torture video post, and he's like, I don't understand. Why would they redact that guy? Like, bro, come on. Wakey. Let's catch up here. Kind of, but at least he's telling the truth more. It's got to be weird for Tim Dillon to be around Joe Rogan now. Like, next time Tim Dillon comes on the podcast, Rogan's going to issue a motherfucking gag order to make sure he doesn't tell the truth a little too hard.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So anyway, I give you all of that to let you know Rogan is sort of like, his own audience is sort of like, fuck you, you're playing hide the ball, you helped whitewash these people. And Rogan is still coping and seething in his bubble. Not over any of that stuff. He's still pissed that Mark Maron called him out and got a lot of juice off of that. Like that, it went mega viral and people started loving Mark Maron because they were like, oh, finally, somebody's telling the truth about the Rogan sphere.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at this video from American Redact and we'll come back and react to it.
Caucasian and on Caucasian beef like
But
that.
this is an
and
example.
it was entertaining.
This is an example. Mark Maron was doing really well at one point in time in his career, and now he's not. So
Right.
Mark Maron had the #1 podcast, and after a while, his podcast wasn't even in the top 200.
Right.
It dropped off. Bill Burr, his career's took off.
Right.
He's doing arenas. He's killing it. Mark's not. And Mark finds reasons to criticize other people that are doing much better than him. And he focuses on that because he thinks he should be getting more than he deserves.
So I watched this video, and I assume that Crystal and Kyle are going to interject. Yeah.
But do you think that's going back to being a provocateur? He
No.
knows if he talked this
Oh, no. I
engage?
think it's going back to being bitter and jealous
Right.
and thinking about other people instead of thinking about himself and why people don't want to go see him anymore. He was upset when we left the Comedy Store because we took the crowds away. And it's
Yeah.
like, hey, you were on the fucking marquee too, man.
Right.
They're not coming to see you. And the reason why they're not coming to see you is because you're not doing well. And your podcast was in the top. It was #1. And when it was at #1, by the way, this is what I always say about Mark Maron, he was great. Mark Maron was fun to hang out with when he was killing it.
Right.
Because he was happy. Because he was getting validation. Because he had the #1
Donnell Rollins fucking playing, yes man over here.
podcast. We were friends. Like, I did his podcast, he did mine. We had a good time. I'd hug him when I see him. We had gone back and forth many times having beef with each other.
Do you think people...
His problem, let me finish. His
I'm sorry.
problem was when everybody...
Look at that. And he starts to interject and he says, let me finish. He says, sorry. Fucking bitch. Bitch ass bitch.
else started doing really good and he started dropping off.
Right.
That's what happened.
So it's actually been a long time since Joe Rogan and Mark Maron did each other's podcasts. Like, it's been nearly 15 years since they spoke with each other and addressed their beefs. So since then, Joe's truly turned sour. And to be frank, nowadays, Joe Rogan's been completely bought out. Like, he's an absolute lizard now that's mostly lazy with who he has on his podcast every week. He's happily paid by the largest Republican figure in politics and would rather talk shit about a retired comedian than someone that is in the Epstein files and is actively denying it, like allegedly Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Barry Weiss, Peter Attia, RFK Jr., RFK Jr.'s wife, and so on. Like, there's a huge list of people Joe should be shitting on right now, but instead, he chooses Mark Maron seemingly out of nowhere.
Why, this is what I don't understand. Why can't people understand that you have a moment? Like I was talking...
Because he's a fucking narcissist and
Right.
he wants the moment to always be around him. He wants it to always be about him. And when other people are doing better than him, he wants to talk shit about them.
Do
And
you
that's
think
where
being a
Bill had a
narcissist-
problem with it.
You think being a narcissist in this field is a bad thing? For some reason, I think that kind of fuels you to be the person that you are, to be determined to do it and not give a fuck about what nobody thinks.
Well, having self-respect and having an ego where you care about what you put out, yes, that's a good thing. But making it all about you and not being able to appreciate other people's work is crazy, because other people doing well can be fuel for you to be inspired and do better yourself. And
Right.
it's a positive thing.
Right.
And if these people are your friends and you love them and you care about them, you should be happy that they're killing it.
Yeah, it really is indicative of his whole deal. If you're nice to him, then you're in the club. The end. Just like Trump. Just like Trump. Mark Maron, I liked him when he gave me hugs, but when he stopped giving me hugs, now I don't like him. And also, his whole metric of success is just, you have the #1 podcast. Shut up. Like, there are comedians doing well who don't have podcasts. Period.
And if you're not killing it anymore, you should try to figure out why. Because it's not like the door's not open. It's not like you're not getting on stage. It's not like you're not putting out specials. You should probably figure out why your podcast dropped from #1 to not even in the top 200 anymore without anything happening. You didn't get arrested. There was no scandal. There was nothing crazy. You should try to figure that out. And he doesn't do that because he's instead bitter and jealous. He's always been like that.
Grip, stability, precision. That's the essence of driving. Lawfin.
Yeah, so my favorite point in there, this is what American Redac said. There's a huge list of people Rogan should be shitting on, but he's choosing Maron right now. To me, that says everything. You should be furious at Peter Thiel for lying to you about how close he was with Jeffrey Epstein. You should be furious at Elon Musk for lying to you in the same way. And also, he's been riding hard for Elon this entire time. And Elon, like, his whole thing has fallen apart. Like, Tesla is absolutely imploding right now. BYD, I think that's the name of the company, right? The Chinese car manufacturer. They just, like, overtook Tesla. Elon is, like, sad boy posting on a regular basis, like, whoever said money doesn't buy happiness is right. Here. Like, they got, and by the way, he's a total con man and a fraud, and like anybody who's seriously looked at his record knows that. I mean, he said, oh, we don't need the high-speed trains because I'm going to do the Hyperloop, and then he didn't do the fucking Hyperloop. And then, like...
Well, just recently he was like, you know, that whole Mars thing, like, that's not...
Sorry, my bad.
Well, that's not going to work out.
He's a liar. He's a con man and a liar and a fraud. I mean, where's the fucking Tesla Roadster they promised in, like, 2017? Even that fucking hasn't... Oh, we're going to get you to Mars in 10 years. Here we are, like, 15 years later, hasn't... And Rogan still meat rides it. You should be mad at that guy. You should be mad at Donald Trump for making you look like a fucking idiot. You brought him on the podcast, let him lie to your audience. You gave him a hot stone massage. Now he's ruining the country and ushering in fascism, right? And what are you doing? You're mad at fucking Mark Maron?
Hey, weren't you one of the ones who said heart stone massage earlier? Let me scroll back through the thing. Yes, Pinker, you said they expected a hot stone massage, not pushback at all.
It's also like this
we were talking about
allegation
Tucker.
that gets
That's really
thrown
funny.
out that like, oh, that person's just jealous. It's such
high school coded.
And it's also so lazy.
High school
because what does that allow you to do? Then you don't have to deal with the substance of what they're
Shit
saying.
tastes gross.
You can just dismiss it all
Hate it.
because,
Morgan
they're
joint.
just jealous. So, you know, I don't really have to think about what they're saying. Well, clearly he is thinking about what Mark Maron is saying because he's still bringing it up at this point. And I don't know, you've followed Mark Maron closer than I have. You can tell me, but it doesn't seem like his criticism of Joe Rogan is at all out of step with where he has always been ideologically and the way that he has positioned himself. Like, this is a natural outgrowth of what his worldview and politics are. So if it was just coming out of jealousy, you would think it would be somehow a break with other things that he has said in the past, and it doesn't seem to me like it's at all inconsistent.
So Mark Maron was an old school Air America radio host. For those of you who are too young to know this, Air America was the attempt for the left wing to catch up to the right wing, how the right wing dominated talk radio when they had like Rush Limbaugh with his show, which was huge in the 1990s, and you had Mark Levin and Sean Hannity and Michael Savage and all these guys. They were huge back then in the 1990s. The left wing answer to that was Air America Radio. We're going to do left wing talk radio. And that's originally what I wanted to do for a living when Air America was, I was like, I want to do that. I want to be that guy on the radio.
Yeah.
But he was an Air America radio host. He's always been a left-wing guy. And Joe, it should come as no surprise to you that as soon as you make your fucking hard right turn and you start sucking off Trump and J.D. Vance and playing patty cakes with them while bitching about purple-haired wokesters every day on your show, Of course Mark Maron's going to be like, hey man, sort of fuck you. You just casually ushered in fascism and imperialism. I'm against that. To your point, you made a great point there about he's dodging the substance of the criticisms. He's going right to, you must be bitter, you must be jealous. Like, that's the problem. It's all about you. It's all about your feelings. None of it was personal. And by the way, Mark Maron is very open about the fact that his whole life, he has been kind of a jealous person. His whole life, he has sort of been in his feelings. His whole life, he wasn't the easiest person to be around because of those things. He wears that on his sleeve. What he's saying now is this has nothing to do with it. It's all about what you did, and it also destroyed comedy. And that's another one of Mark Maron's points, is that now you guys have turned comedy into who can be the most offensive for the sake of being offensive.
Right. Yeah.
You've replaced laughter with the audience going like this. Like, did he say that? And you guys have conflated it. I mean, that's Kill Tony's whole fucking thing. Tony Hinchcliffe's whole thing is, I'm going to make you recoil and be like, oh my God, that's shocking.
Well, and here's the thing too. Even, let's say it does come out of jealousy and bitterness. Let's say that is what's driving, his specific criticisms of Joe Rogan.
Folks, I can't. It's so frustrating not having my fucking vape.
Does that mean it's wrong? You can have a criticism that's motivated by, a petty emotion that still is correct. And I mean, obviously that's the real fear for Joe, because otherwise he wouldn't still be hung up on this, and he would have a substantive response rather than just trying to say, oh, well, he's just jealous. I don't really have to listen.
And that's why he was like, let me finish.
Yeah.
He was trying to get his whole thing out, and Donnell Rawlins was interjecting, but Joe's been stewing on this for a while. So let me finish this. And the funny thing is, Mark Maron's retired.
He's not even doing his podcast anymore.
He's not doing his podcast anymore. By the way, the first time Joe responded to Maron was the day after he finished his podcast.
Wow.
The day fucking after.
Wow.
And so Mark Maron, he did somebody else's podcast a month later or something, and responded to Joe, and Joe is clearly sitting on this, even though Maron's retired. I don't even know how much stand-up he's doing these days. I think he is still doing some stand-up, but 62-year-old retired fucking podcaster, and Joe is sitting there furious over it. And the reason is, he knows what he's saying is bullshit when he says, oh, you should be happy when other comedians are doing well. Trying to turn it into something like, well, it depends what values they're pumping out into the world.
Right.
And that's Maron's point, is you guys snuggled up to fascists. You did. You just did. You can hold that L and fucking admit it, and you turn out that bitch and be honest and have a true reckoning, and then we'd be in a different place, but you're not going to do that. You're not going to do that. You're honestly having less integrity than fucking Andrew Schultz and Tim Dillon. I mean, that's embarrassing.
Yes, because both of them are younger than Rogan. And that's my theory, is they see more road ahead of them, and they see a world past Trump, and they're like, well, I still want to have this career as much as I can hold on to it after having, been a fascist collaborator. So I'm going to turn, and I don't feel good about this. I don't like Trump anymore. I'm sorry. I was conned. And also, very quickly try to say that and move on, just like Anna Kasparian is doing. And, we'll see how much the audience forgives them or lets it go or whatever when Trump is no more, when MAGA is in the ground, in the prison, straight to jail.
Andrew Schultz out integrities you? That's kind of embarrassing, is it not?
Yeah, and it's not even close at this point.
Correct.
It's not even close. So, yeah, I mean, the number of Epstein Files linked figures that he's had on his show, that he's given a platform to, that he continues to hold up and venerate. He at the very least is a useful idiot for the Epstein class.
That's his yak role.
And the fascist regime that is currently in place in the United States government. And clearly he, for whatever reasons, is not interested in backing out of that position. He's going to stay right where he is.
And he thinks his best way to play defense now is to beat up on the comedian who made that criticism and hide behind the shield of, well, this guy's just jealous and bitter. And it's sort of like a shield to deflect all of the criticism. I'm sure Joe would say about me that I'm bitter and jealous because I've been criticizing him now for 2 years? I'm sure he'd say that. Homie, I can assure you it's got nothing to do with jealousy. I don't want to be in your shoes, right? Like, it's literally all substantive. It's all about the policy. It's all about what has been done to this country and what you enthusiastically helped usher in. And you would think there'd be a little bit of self-reflection, especially given the fact that there's fucking concentration camps now. Like, there's fucking concentration camps. They just deported a 2-month-old with bronchitis who was deathly ill. They just deported that kid the other day on top of a 4-year-old American with cancer, on top of shooting a priest in the face with a pepper ball, on top of attacking an 84-year-old senior citizen couple that was at one of these anti-ICE protests, on top of Alex Preddy, on top of Renee Nicole Good. Like, you know, maybe on top of Trump bombing Iran and Somalia and Nigeria and fucking, you know, threatening Canada and threatening Greenland and threatening Mexico and threatening Panama.
Well, and where's all your free speech bro energy? You know,
Gone.
when you've
Gone.
you've got the government pressuring social media companies to reveal the names and phone numbers.
Yeah, what
and
about those
identities
Twitter
of
files, Matt
anyone who's
Taibbi?
anti-ICE. You know, you have them trying to imprison people for writing friggin' college, you know, op-eds. It's just abuse after what they're doing with the FCC and, you know, not letting them have James Tallarico on and censoring Jimmy Kimmel and all of this. And it's like everything that you ever, you know, any like even vaguely left-wing principle you ever claim to hold is just gone.
Bernie was on Joe's show and he was criticizing Trump for suing the media. And Rogan was like defending Trump.
I remember that.
Remember that?
I do remember
He was like,
that.
but what if they wrote things that are like not true, bro? It's like, are you fucking kidding me? You just spent 5 years on your show straight yelping about free speech, and now the president of the United States suing people for articles he doesn't like or polls he doesn't like is totally fine with you?
I mean, they're doing the panopticon facial recognition. Like, you know, this is the thing. Again, I think about him and Alex Jones. Like, you guys seem to care about this stuff up until now. And then now that you're in with these people and you feel like this is either your friend group or in Alex Jones' case, like you feel like you need this protection because you're on such financial thin ice.
Yeah, word.
You've decided, yeah, I'm just going to pretend like there's nothing to see here.
Just so gross. So
Yeah.
gross. Hey.
Word. Good episode. I like that. I like that. Again, I feel like a director, because I am a director. I'm a filmmaker. I'm like, yes, American Redact should be being picked up by Crystal and Kyle, who need to be talked about by MSNBC, like connecting. That's what this space is so exciting. Because I'm like, yes, all these people should be talking with each other. And then we can pair people up. Like, dude, I want to see Vasora and Taylor Lorenz talk about tech and censorship. I don't want more fucking conspiracy Epstein shit, dude. I can't take it.
And so LaRussell's recent interview, he ends up making comments about Lil Wayne, and most people take it out of context. Most people didn't even watch the whole interview. But regardless, I know we're in 2026 and having a balanced opinion is
Another hour? Another hour, okay? Ish. Maybe less. I don't know about this. I don't care about this really. Well, I want to see what the Candace Owens word of the day is. Is one of my favorite accounts. It's Candace Owens trying to read. It just makes me laugh. Thank you so fucking much. You're the best. Oh. What is this that they wrote? Rather than Candace learning basic words, her team appears to have resorted to muting words like architecture to avoid mispronunciations. Interesting. Because she can't say architecture. So do the editors like, oh, she mispronounced it, just like dip the audio there a little bit so people don't really hear it that well?
But really, it was about the architecture. I want you to understand. Sitting there across from Alex Clark, like, her Catholic, no, he just liked the architecture.
Now sound for you on the videos? What about now? Really? Hold on.
Texture, and I no longer accept a.
It looks like it's coming through. I could turn it up a little more. No, I can't. That's as high as it goes.
Him and Erica, and he liked the smells and the bells. He loved the architecture, but there was no more substance for him. It'd be like, yeah, no, like he loved the architecture of things, but beyond that, nothing was happening. I think this may have been about more than the architecture. The architecture of things, architecture and the architecture. But really, it was about the architecture. I want you to understand. Sitting there across from Alex Clark, like, her Catholic, no, he just liked the architecture, and I no longer accept him and Erica, and he liked the smells and the bells. He loved the architecture, but there was no more substance for him.
I love this account so much. So maybe the team mutes it. Let's listen.
Well, Alex Clark told us that wasn't true. He just liked the architecture, right? He just loved it. He would go in there and just, wow, look at this, the architecture, right? He just loved.
That is exactly what they're doing. The editors of Candace Owens are literally dipping the audio low and fading it together, cross-fading it, so that you can't really hear it. It just, you're like, oh, what was that? That was just a sound mistake. Okay, anyways. Your brain fills in the correct pronunciation of architecture. That's fucking funny, dude. Grandiose.
And Bondi, who all made these grandiose promises to get.
Grandiose is the word.
Black Scorpio writes, I am so very disappointed in Cash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Pam Bondi, who all made these grandiose promises to get the Epstein files.
Grandiose. You can't even fix that one. You can't. How do you? Maybe on the N and the D, if you brought the audio down, grandiose, it would kind of sound okay. That's really funny, though, that they caught this. This is really fucking funny. I'm retweeting that. Again, I don't know if that account is like... I've seen them in the replies, and they use language that doesn't let me to believe that they're like left wing, or I don't know. I shouldn't say left wing. They use fucking like, you know, the R slur. That it's still new to me to even refer to it like that instead of just saying the word. That was funny, but the McLaughlin group. All right. That was Joe Rogan. I have been missing Majority Report. We can watch the Majority Report clips. At least let's watch some of this. This is the epidemic of celebrity cowardice.
With a joke.
I'm so excited.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
So a gay man in Germany identifies as apolitical.
I was wondering if you guys consider your art political, and if so, how can movies these days help fight the rise of fascism in Europe and America?
Well, I think we live in a strangely algorithmic and divided world right now, and so as artists, I'm always interested in doing things that are apolitical.
That's the joke. That's the joke.
Yeah, no, it's a good one.
Not a comedy podcast, guys. Sorry. Hello, hello, and welcome back to A Bit Fruity. It feels like every week for the last several months, a new celebrity has stepped forward to bravely tell us one thing. They are not political. After flirting with MAGA alignment for the better part of a year and gleefully becoming the object of Donald Trump's admiration,
The president tweeted about the jeans ad, and I wondered what that was like. It was surreal. It was surreal.
Sydney Sweeney declared herself, quote, not a political person. Jelly Roll, who shook hands with Trump at a UFC rally not long ago, told journalists at the Grammys that
people shouldn't care to hear my opinion, man. You know, I'm a dumb redneck. I haven't watched enough.
At the Berlin Film Festival, which is still going on, a number of celebrities and filmmakers have continued to excuse themselves from questions about politics and how their work relates to it. Ethan Hawke told a journalist who asked about the genocide in Gaza, quote, the last place you probably want to look for advice in your spiritual counsel is a bunch of jet-lagged, drunk artists talking about their film. Maybe that's true, but this all feels so far away from the pop culture of 10 years ago when it felt like virtually every celebrity was chomping at the bit to espouse progressive politics, especially when it came to anti-Trump sentiment during his first administration or on specific issues like the legalization of gay marriage or the brief collective reckoning over structural racism in 2020. Hashtag Blackout Tuesday. And while there are certainly some celebrities who didn't speak out then, and there are some who do speak out very loudly now, shout out Bad Bunny, shout out Billie Eilish, I think it's undeniable that the median entertainer's willingness to speak out against anything really has plummeted significantly. And so today I want to interrogate why that is. I have some theses about some specific turning points in,
as profitable
I don't know,
anymore.
in the year 2023.
Or the profitability
but
thing
we will
came back
all
and it's like,
throw our hat in the
no
ring
one cares, actually.
and see what happens. Today, I am so excited to be joined once again, 2 episodes in a row, by our friend, Twitch pop culture streamer, Caroline Juan.
Hi, I can't believe we're 2 weeks in a row. This is so exciting. This is my life now.
I really have you on retainer. And we are also joined by a new friend of the show. John Marco Soresi is another anti-Zionist Jewish gay guy.
And a big Jelly Roll fan.
John Marco isn't gay, but if you're not familiar with John Marco lore, I mean, where do you stand on being gay?
Yeah, I'm not gay, but it's how I was raised. So it's I just a musical theater kid. So I would say that my social life was mostly gay growing up.
That's funny. They did not get the joke.
Often feel like a middle-aged gay man spiritually.
I look for those types of people to come on this show. I went on Jean Marco's podcast, The Downside, last year. It was where we met for the first time in person, and I will insert the clip here of me learning in real time that Jean Marco is not gay.
Can I say something?
You can say it.
So I walked in just now, and I asked if you lived here, and he said, no, my girlfriend used to live here. And
Amazing.
I didn't know you were heterosexual.
Oh yeah.
Wait, you learned on the podcast?
Yeah.
And by the way, not the first person to do so. We made a compilation, a compilation video of people finding out.
He mentioned his girlfriend, and I was like, I don't know if you've ever seen the clip of Britney Spears sitting next to Ryan Seacrest when Ryan Seacrest mentions a woman that he spent a night with, and Britney Spears looks into the camera and she mouths the word. She's like, woman? Because she thought Ryan Seacrest was gay. And that's the exact experience that I had with Jean Marco, where he was like, oh yeah, like my girlfriend and I used to have this place as our apartment, but now it's our studio. And I was like, girlfriend.
It's nice to be able to break barriers as a straight white man.
Can I just say too, since we've mentioned Jelly Roll, one thing that has felt really ominous is a bunch of these celebrities haven't just said, you know, I'm apolitical or whatnot. There's also been almost a threat of, well, you'll find out, you know, I'm not going to say anything right now, but you'll find out soon. I'm like,
I'm preparing a statement. I'm preparing a statement.
Yes.
I have a lot to say about it, and I'm going to in the next week, and everybody's going to hear exactly what I have to say about it in the most loud and clear way I've ever spoken in my life.
All will become clear. It's this very like Riddler type speak.
I actually forgot.
Riddler type speak. Yeah, I mean, it is. They've been told to shut up, is my guess. Most of them. And again, yeah, a lot of them who were, I mean, look at the response. The resistance in 2016, like, we're going to take the language from The Force Awakens and we're going to be the resistance to Trump and we're going to wear our pink pussy hats and go to the DC and march. And then we're going to sorry, Pinker, the YouTube chat was like far behind and I had to reload the page. I'm sorry if I missed people's messages. But yeah, fucking Jelly Roll. That energy is gone. And it's maybe a lot of it because of Israel. You know, Deborah Messing comes to mind. He did a whole episode talking to Emma Vigland from Jordan Report about Deborah Messing and how her brain broke. So it could be that, but also there was no Russiagate. There was no like, there's a way out of this. There's an explanation. It was just, it was like 2004. 2004, Bush got elected the second time. There was no more like, he's the fake president. It was the electors in Florida, and he's an idiot and choking on a pretzel. It was just like, we put all our energy into John Kerry, who nobody was excited about, including John Kerry. And, you know, there was still like some like Bush hate, but it wasn't so much hate as it was, I mean, Will Ferrell being Bush on SNL. The fact that you love Will Ferrell, but you hated Bush, it didn't quite jibe, so you started to maybe like Bush or soften on Bush. People think about George Bush, they often think about things that Will Ferrell said. And I think Tina Fey was aware of that, and that's why when they did Sarah Palin, they made her as unlikable as possible. Despite it being Tina Fey, they mocked her. Like, outwardly from the jump, and was like, we're not doing this.
To include this in my outline, I don't know if you guys saw the quote from Rupert Grint.
Yes.
Yes.
Formerly Ron Weasley. He's at the Berlin Film Festival right now, and he was asked, like many of the celebrities we will talk about in this episode, how he feels about like the rise of fascism. And he was like, you'll be hearing from me. Will we? I don't know.
I go, and then why does it feel like some ominous vibe to it?
The actors are constantly proving the importance of writers. And that's what you got to remember. A lot of these actors, you like them, but you're not hearing it's writers. And then they get asked to say something. He's like, if he said, I'm going to consult a screenwriter to prepare a statement, and I'm going to deliver the fuck out of it. I go, okay, that makes sense. Also, someone says, how do you feel about the rise of fascism? It's a pretty broad, like, you can just go, yeah, fuck that. That's all you have to say.
My statement on fascism is dropping.
I think it was Juliette Binoche last year at Cannes Film Festival. She did something similarly. She was asked, so she was the film festival jury president. She was asked about why she had not signed one of the global letters that was condemning the industry's silence over the crimes being committed in Gaza. And she goes, I cannot answer you. You will maybe understand a little later. I mean, in her French accent. But you maybe will understand it a little later.
I thought we could get sort of a soft intro here with Sydney Sweeney, who, you know, I think is a less complicated case than some of these figures, but still reveals some of the same like structural rot within Hollywood that leads people to do this shit. I think most people know that Sydney Sweeney has sort of just become this like political lightning rod over the last year. You know, at the beginning I was like, oh, I don't think she's in on it. You know, I was willing to entertain the idea that, you know, and it's true. I think at the very beginning, there were a lot of like right-wing men online who were attributing, you know, the death of wokeness to Sydney Sweeney's boobs. Like that was a real thing that was happening. And at the beginning,
that was a real thing that happened because she went on Saturday Night Live. And I'm like, just because they exist? But it's the same thing with Taylor Swift. Like Taylor Swift was also heralded as like this rightward shift. And I think, you know what, honestly, I think I might agree with Matt here that they're right. It doesn't matter if, you know, what that person's personal politics are. It matters who's buying the albums. How many people are buying these? Yes, they want to see Taylor Swift, a country singer turned pop star, biggest star in the world, and I could just project onto her Nazi ideals. But she felt the need to be like, I don't like that, at least a little tiny bit, years ago. Whereas, you know, she's not like Cardi B, who's out here just being like, yeah, I rock with Bernie, fuck fascism. Like, ICE better try and take my fucking fans away. I'm gonna fucking pepper spray the shit. Like, Cardi B's going crazy. And they all should be. It should be louder this time. And it should be the right voices. Advocating for the right people and policies. And actions and things.
I felt kind of
instead
bad.
of just like blue no matter who, whatever, you know, bullshit. And I think it is, because who's leading right now? AOC's leading. No one's looking to Hakeem or Schumer. They go, what's AOC gonna do?
For her, because I was like, you're just up there doing SNL in a dress, and there are think pieces about how wokeness is dead. Then it seemed to me, and you guys are more inside the entertainment industry than I am, but it seemed to me like a PR strategy was acknowledged at a certain point, where, you know, the president is tweeting about how Sydney Sweeney has the hottest ad, and she really gets like consumed by the right in this culture war over the American Eagle advertisement. And then she, you know, she's asked about it in interviews, and she gives these coy answers like, it's surreal. And it felt like she was feeding into it because, and again, tell me what you think, but it's felt like her PR team had decided, we're going to cash in on this audience a little bit.
Maybe cash in, or I think more the opposite. It's like, okay, you were avoiding being talked about politically. People just wanted your soap of your bathwater, and you're raking in money. And then the president does this, and it's like, okay, if you respond negatively, you're gonna just lose money. I think just so much of this is, the true defense would be, I'm gonna lose a lot of money if I say anything, and I mean a lot. And it's like, yeah, and that's why you're being criticized. Because ultimately you're saying, like, I don't want to give up all this money. And yeah, you're right. You have to sacrifice money for values.
Big Honkers 2028 is a unifying platform, especially when you push them together. But then when that happens, the divide couldn't be more stark. Come on, folks. I could do stand-up. I tried. I did open mics a little bit. There's so many people on this space who did open mics. Pep, Hank, I think Jeff from Good Morning Comrade, Lumen, I think maybe also. You can tell. Look, failed celebrities don't just go to the right. They also go to the left. More often, they're already on the left and they go further that way. Anyways.
and so I don't even know if it's her PR team necessarily going like, oh, we're gonna cash in per se. I just think that the president tweet, he's a fan of you. What's your options? You either are silent, you either are coy, which is the same thing, or you go, fuck the president, and then you lose a couple $1 million. And you know, it's tough, but that's what you're faced with.
But you also
as
gain.
Mega.
But you also gain. And here's my cynical brain. Here's what I think happens. The PR team, because they all have PR teams. The PR team goes, all right, what's the benefit? What's the cost-benefit analysis, right? Like, if you say, fuck Donald Trump, fuck this administration, then yes, you are leaving money on the table. But you could also make the argument that you could be gaining more because one, all attention is attention, right? So they can buy your shit because they're paying attention to you. Oh, Sydney Sweeney, I like her. I'm gonna buy a ticket to her thing or whatever. Buy a calendar. Fucking Playboy. Buy the bathwater. But you won't run the risk of that group then being like, well, now you're gonna speak out about everything. About every injustice, every, ICE, gay rights, Palestine, whatever, climate change. They're going to criticize you extra hard, too, for taking private jets and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And do you want to have to live like that? Or go to the right, they don't care as much. You can have fun and take as many private jets as you want, and fuck the environment, this and that. But you're going to be locked to this trad wifey thing and not, they're not going to care about the movies that you care about, like Christie or Immaculate or whatever the fuck else she tried to put out. The Housemaid. My mom was watching Sydney Sweeney movie the other day. The Housemaid. The one that just came out with Amanda Seyfried. I always want to say Siegfried, but whatever. Her from Mean Girls. And my mom was like, this is a very weird movie. And again, MAGA people are not flocking to see her. Now, is she betting on like MAGA women to be her savior? Because they're going to hate her. Because big honkers. Big honkers, my husband pays attention to you and not me. Hatred. I think the risk that way is more than like someone like Chappelle Roan, who's like, no, I stand on business every fucking time. Or Cardi B, I stand on business every fucking time. And like whatever criticisms, the stereotype of a lefty, blue-haired hippie chick with dreadlocks is like, fuck you for taking your private jet. Cardi B doesn't care. Just don't respond. Like, why? Whatever.
Celebrity.
The one reason I think there is strategy here, though, is I don't know if you guys remember, but a couple years ago, Sydney, she had posted a video online. She was crying and she was talking about how exhausted and frustrated she was by being constantly sexualized. And again, this is before she really then leaned into the hypersexualization, the, campaigns that were very clearly directed at horny young men. But she had posted this video where she was very upset. And I remember feeling empathetic for her. I said, that's, she's just a woman who is trying to succeed in this industry. She has boobs. Wow. Okay. Let's consider more than her boobs here. As she became more famous, she seemed to, whether this was her team or her, I don't know where it's coming from, really embrace the hypersexualization in order to sell these products.
Bro, here's what it reads like to me. It reads like Britney Spears-ish. Like your parents or whatever are like management team, which is probably a combination of both. It's probably like, you're not a good actress. You're hot right now. That's fleeting. Use it. And making her do this shit. She's getting Kim Kardashian is my guess. Maybe. Pamela Anderson went through this in the 90s. Britney Spears. Like, it's fucked up.
I don't think she went into that Jean commercial. And again, maybe I'm wrong. I think she probably showed up on set. This is the campaign. I have good genes. They came out, and then you hear all this news, and you go, oh, fuck, dude, what? What are they doing? And unfortunately, that's when you have to make the decision. You have to go, even if you had no intention, you just made a Jean ad. You should make 10 ads an hour, and you find out this one's being reappropriated. And it's probably really annoying. It probably sucks to wake up and find out you're trending on white supremacist Twitter, and you go, oh fuck, now I got to figure this shit out. But that's what you have to do if you want to continue to participate in selling yourself as a human being. That's the marketplace that you've entered.
Yeah. Well, needless to say, Sydney Sweeney is now on the cover of Cosmopolitan currently. It's on every newsstand in New York.
This is her when she is advertising for her new lingerie line.
The new lingerie line she's promoting, which Jeff Bezos and Michael Dell put $1 billion into, $1 billion, which is okay. That
Fucking definitely Bezos got a taste. There's no way. There's no way Bezos is giving you $1 billion. He's not hitting that. Nobody gives a fuck. I don't have time to critique how other people feel. Yeah, word. Exactly, dude. Exactly.
And that's why she was at Jeff Bezos' wedding. I digress. It's called Siren, but it's SYRN. This is not at all relevant to the theme of the.
And you can see through it and everything. Like
Siren, but
look at this trad wife ass. I've been trimming the hedges, waiting for my husband. The Stepford wife ass shit.
SY.
She's just like, she might as well just do porn.
RN. This is not at all relevant to the theme of the episode, but I want to campaign for startups to bring back vowels into the names. SYRN, CERN.
I agree.
It feels like I feel like that's an old. I feel like we moved past that. Like we were doing that for so long.
Grinder, Crumble. Like let's just
all of them. All of them. I hate it.
SYRN.
It was also in the late 90s, early 2000s, putting Z on everything instead of S. I hate that shit. Just spell it correctly. It just means you have an unoriginal idea for a name. That's all.
Like I feel like that's an old. I feel like we moved past that. Like we were doing that for so long.
Grinder, Crumble. Like let's just bring
Grindr.
back the vowels. It's fine. It's actually okay. That's my party platform.
But you know why? It's because it's copywritten. That's where like copyright is actually motivating aesthetic. Where it's like they probably Siren was taken, so they just had to misspell it.
So they just had to make it CERN.
Yeah. The next phase is they add vowels. The next phase is it's side, two eyes, silent H.
They totally could have done the thing where, have you ever been on like r/white people baby names or whatever that is, where they'll take a name, you know?
No, I haven't. I'm not subscribed to that particular subreddit.
Technically r/tragedy, spelled TRAGEDEIGH.
They could have done like SEIGHRYN.
Right, you go the opposite direction where you add the most letters.
Sure. Regardless, she's on the cover of Cosmo, and she said, quote, "I'm not a political person. I'm in the arts. I'm not here to speak on politics."
Art is inherently political. Always, always, always. Whether it's trying to tell you a message, whether it's not trying to tell you a message, those are political decisions. Anyways, continue.
That's not an area I've ever imagined getting into. It's not why I became who I am.
Just say you want money. Just say you want money. I just would respect honesty.
Yeah.
At least at this point, instead of being like, I'm an artist. So I want to be as rich as humanly possible. Because the problem is, again, it's the division. It's talking about the arts as some kind of ethereal concept that you participate in. And the same way, politics is some ethereal thing. Of course, we all know, we all agree here, politics is everything. Politics is engaging in the world. So you want to engage in the marketplace, but not the world. You want to sell yourself as a human being, but not talk about what you actually think and feel and believe. That's the hypocrisy of all this. It's like, if you don't want to engage in politics, Go become, I guess, a mathematician or a physicist or an accountant, or just sell, wood. I don't know, but you're selling yourself, and then you want to say, oh, actually, I don't have any thoughts. Okay.
I also just think that it's like we're going to see more probably interesting revelations that come out of the relationship she has with Scooter Braun. A lot of people don't.
One, yeah, I'm very interested in what her relationship to Scooter Braun is, because he seems like another one of these people who just like, these stories come out like, oh, he was assaulting somebody, or he stole money and he stole like copyright, and then nothing happens, and now she's like, oh, I want to date this villain that everyone knows is a villain. That's weird. Why? But what was he saying?
Politics is everything.
Right. Also saying like, art is an ethereal. You can separate it out. You can't.
Going to see more probably interesting revelations that come
I
out.
also realized Picker and anyone else who was in Pep Talk's chat last night that I know Pep was talking about being annoyed with streamers eating on stream, and I'm like literally doing it the next day. I hope it's not off-putting. Let me know if it is. I can stop. I can withhold.
Of the relationship she has with Scooter Braun. A lot of people don't know Scooter Braun's influence in like the whole sort of like Zionist activism within Hollywood scene. First of all, Scooter Braun has like a gazillion dollars from managing and exploiting a lot of very famous artists, music artists. And he is intimately tied in with all sorts of pro-Israel organizations, including Stand With Us, which is why, I don't know if you guys saw this, Sydney Sweeney posed for a photo in the backyard of Scooter Braun's $65 million home in LA with two former Israeli hostages turned, you know, sort of like activists / like poster children for Israel. That got posted to the Stand With Us Twitter page. If you don't know what Stand With Us is, it's just a right-wing pro-Israel advocacy organization.
Interesting.
And obviously that was the work of Scooter Braun being like, babe, like, do I think Sydney in earnest knows what the fuck is going on?
Here's what I think. Because from what I remember, the timeline is Sydney Sweeney was already engaged for like a year or so. And I promise it's not all going to be about Sydney Sweeney. This video, I mean. Warhide, I am going to drink. She was engaged to someone who was like a producer, director, or something like that, older than her, and I was like, this is weird, but whatever. And then broke it off. I don't, it just, the engagement was over. Then a little while later, she's either meets Scooter Braun at Jeff Bezos' wedding in Venice, or went to the wedding with Scooter Braun and unveiled that they were dating, I think, maybe, at Bezos' wedding in Venice. And then got this influx of cash for the lingerie thing, is with Scooter Braun, who's very involved with Israel. Like, I think they're just like, we want her. This one who the chuds, the gooners, the incels love and are putting this attention on. We want to grab her. She's interesting now to us. So can we get her over here? Does she care? And I think the family and the management team either know or don't know. And they're just like, yeah, this is good. We're making money, and you fell in love with this nice guy, and unfortunately, your other relationship fell apart. But this guy's not. Like, I don't know, man. This is creepy. They're gonna turn her into fucking like, literally propaganda posters. Like, I could see that CERN poster being like, women of America, this was what you should aspire to: be a wife and have children. She's the spokeswoman out there doing that. Humans need to eat. Yeah.
In the Middle East, no, That's Scooter being
Thank
like,
you.
babe, I have this photo op, just do it. It's fine. And then we'll like go get lunch after. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How many dates do you wait for until you ask your partner to help with Israeli propaganda? Like, what's appropriate? Is it a third date?
Yeah, 6.
6th date?
It just makes this whole song and dance she's attempting to do, to me, more egregious. You were saying that this is about not bleeding money, but now it seems like she's trying to walk back from it. So do you think that's still the same calculus of just trying not to bleed money, and eventually the right-wing thing became too toxic?
Yeah, I think so, for sure. Or maybe, for all I know, she's saying, I really don't like this. I feel like I'm on the bad side of things. Can I go up and say, like, I think people should be treated well? And the team's like, I don't know if you can say that. And it reminds me a lot. I'm not a Taylor Swift person, just no reason at all. But I remember that documentary where you really got to watch. I felt like it was an honest portrayal of her team being like, if you make this statement, it really is going to fuck sales up. And that was kind of a look where, and of course, this is the part that they presented. I'll never trust a documentary produced by the people it's about. But it was her kind of with the money people being like, we should do something. And they're like, we really shouldn't. Can we do anything else? And we don't really know internally what those negotiations are. However, when she's with Scooter Braun and doing this picture, there's an overall picture that you do start to see emerge in terms of what she's concerned about. So yeah, maybe it was a shift financially. Maybe she felt a little bit bad.
Sure.
Well, the one thing with the Taylor Swift doc, too, is that she specifically mentioned the Dixie Chicks. She talked about in 2003 when famously the Dixie Chicks spoke out against George Bush and the Iraq War and were one of the actual and first instances of a cancellation. And that was what Taylor was referencing as far as this is what happens when you challenge power. This is what happens when you speak out.
And look at the Dixie Chicks. They suffered for it.
Can I just say about that, too? It's so
yeah, they did.
Interesting that Taylor Swift has like cited the Dixie Chicks as an example of good activism and sacrifice for good. We're going to talk later about like LeBron James having the same sort of admiration for Muhammad Ali, but also Taylor Swift and LeBron James both being billionaires now. Name dropping these people as influences only to not follow in their footsteps in truly
it's boring. Boring lingerie. You wouldn't buy it. You wouldn't be a customer.
Any meaningful way. Sorry, like
yeah, let's do it. I don't know. Will this get us banned off Twitch? Probably not. First of all, when you type in CERN, oh no, it is. They made sure to make Google be the first. Why? I'm gonna get ads for this now. I keep. Yeah, this is just like regular underwear. Stupid.
It's a little wild to me.
Yeah, well, they're
Jamie,
billionaires, and that's I think that's on the story.
I do feel bad for some of the country singers because like, listen.
Welcome, Jamie, over on Twitch.
And even if Jelly Roll suddenly became very progressive and spoke out against ICE, I still wouldn't listen to him.
Sure.
And that's tough. I can't get behind it. But yeah, the Dixie Chicks, their whole career got fucked because of it. And so you can't have sympathy for someone who goes, I really want to be a good person and a billionaire. Until you realize that those two things are at odds with each other.
Yes.
You're not going to get respect from the progressive side of things.
Also, to anyone who might be like, it's the Chicks now. Yes, the Dixie Chicks changed the Chicks. Just talking about the Dixie Chicks as they were in 2003.
Yeah.
One point before I forget it, on Sydney Sweeney in this Cosmo article, what she says in the article about Siren, aka Shrin, is that I want to show women that we can take back our power and fully free ourselves. Like this was a quote from the article. And then she went on to talk about how Siren stands for the power of choice.
Women can take back their power through a fast fashion lingerie line funded by Jeff Bezos? Okay.
Okay.
I mentioned in the intro how everything we're seeing now with like celebrities taking, or I should say refusing to take stances on anything, feels like such a far cry from a decade ago, even with some of the very people we've been talking about, including Taylor Swift. And so I want to just revisit that era for people who've forgotten it, people who are extremely young listening to this podcast and don't really remember what that was like. My real pop awakening that coincided with my gay awakening was 2009, 2010, which was when Lady Gaga released Born This Way. Gay, straight, or bi, lesbian, transgender, life, like saying the word transgender in a pop song that was on the radio. Wow. Woke really was alive and well. That like had a real impact on me. That really to me kicked off the decade of like so much sort of like political celebrity activism type stuff. And I do think for a lot of them it started in earnest.
Mm-hmm. You know, there were multiple global social justice campaigns and movements that were taking place in the 2010s. And because the support was so huge, it was something that became safe for a lot of these celebrities to adopt it into their brands, because that's really
And it's also why what not birthed, but why it felt like that the mainstream was left wing, even though the mainstream was never left wing. Because through the 90s, after Reagan and like Bush, and being like, that was a little fucky. You know, most people didn't really care about the celebration of Wall Street, and it was a little. I mean, you know, you get these movies and movements and cultural moments born out of like, fuck this shit sucks. Back to the Future. You know, very much making fun of Donald Trump. But in that context of when the movie was made, it was being like, someone like Donald Trump could become a mayor of a city and turn it into a, you know, gambling casino town, which literally has happened now. But within the context of Reagan's America, that's what it was. That's what it was really critiquing, Reagan. So post that, you know, Bill Clinton's on the saxophone being like, I'm cool with black people, but not that cool. Like, fuck Sister Soldier, but like, Arsenio Hall is okay. And we got to get rid of the super predators on the streets. That was this, it's post-history. Soviet Union's done. There's no more major conflicts that America's involved in around the world. It's just small regime change that's secret and no one, you know, can really talk about it too much. It's not covering the news every day. So it's post-history, and then 2001 happens. 9/11 happens. And there's a little more seriousness. They're all getting their nostalgia out, feeling like they're in the 60s. And I'm talking about like the media, you know, Democrat politicians. We're opposing the war, even though we just voted for it. And we're slightly criticizing the Bush administration. Like, and with Obama winning in 2008, and then especially after winning again in 12, it was, we're definitely post-history, we're post-racial, we could do anything. It's about, now let's help, like, again, black people are equal now because I'm here. Let's help the gay community. Not, let's tie it all together and the struggle's not over. This is you can see how the right wing, or you can see how people, like me, could think no one believes, like, conservatism's unpopular. Like, why are you hating on Republicans so much? They're not even that bad. The culture is this way, and it's never going backwards. It's kind of unfair to Republicans, actually, or conservatives, actually, that they don't have that much representation in media. They're always seen as idiots or evil. But that's not how the actual people feel. That's not how the actual culture is. But, you know, it took a long time for me to realize that. A lot of other people, you know, especially younger, are just like, nah, dude, every commercial has like multiracial people in it. So that must mean that they're winning and values are being lost and we need to bring back the homeland and blah, 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 blah. Anyways.
But it is. So it was Black Lives Matter. It was, you know, support for victims of sexual abuse through movements like Me Too, other movements like Time's Up. I mean, there was a lot that was happening in the 2010s.
Gay marriage, Occupy.
I think what can be really tough to know is like, okay, so let's say people are obviously capitalizing. They go, oh, gay is in. Or, wow, gay fans really participate. They see shows and they buy tickets. And there's a part where it's like, okay, even if it's cynical, if it's for a good cause, if it's for, like, being more accepting, is it a good thing ultimately? And then when the tides turn economically, you go, did we get any progress that lasts when the money's not there? And I don't know the answer to that, because part of me is like, it is good. I remember my gay roommate in college from musical theater playing Born This Way, and they were moved, and it was a beautiful thing.
Absolutely. I do think nuance can be held in the conversation of like a lot of the work that these people put out when it's economically viable to do so has a positive impact. Like Firework by Katy Perry. That music video showed two young gay guys kissing. And I sat in my bedroom in middle school and I would, the 1 second where they kissed, I replayed it over and over and over and over and over again. And I was like, this is like,
Baby, you're a firework.
yeah, I was like, I want that. Like, that's real to me. So I think like the net effect of that stuff can be good. And then also we have to ask these questions relating to capitalism, which is like, why did all of this stuff come out at a very specific time in pop culture, and why isn't it really happening now in the same way? You know what I mean?
Just so you know, Matt, the experience that you had watching Firework with Katy Perry is the same experience young straight guys now have watching the Sydney Sweeney Eagles ad. They go, oh my God. That means so much to me. Oh my God.
It's finally a safe time to be a young straight man in America. Wow.
It really is. I mean, look, I think we have to make a difference too in social issues that are still a lot safer, you know, as far as you're not going to get as much backlash or you won't worry about as much controversy. And I think supporting the LGBTQ community is one that a lot of artists will still kind of hide behind, I think, when they don't want to talk about
Palestine.
When they don't want to talk about Palestine. I mean, this all comes down, I think, this conversation today to talking about how Palestine is the litmus test for a lot of these artists, for a lot of these celebrities who have built these brands out of championing equality, championing acceptance, you know, appealing to marginalized groups who they have profited from. That, like, these are social issues that have helped further their careers, that have helped increase their net worth, have grown their audiences. But at the end of the day, there is still safety in, say, going, I love gay people, you know, let's all be gay, versus talking about support for Palestinian liberation.
Yes, there's a lot of homophobia in Hollywood, undeniably. But there is also a tradition in Hollywood of celebrities, but also executives and people high up in industry who are conservative but are friendly to issues like gay marriage or like the legalization of weed. And this is, to me, the lie of I'm a social liberal, but I'm a fiscal conservative. Because when you are a fiscal conservative, and that means requiring you to appeal to power so that you can continue your income, and that means, you know, sacrificing, for example, Palestinians, because standing up for the most oppressed people among us in society right now becomes an issue to your bottom line. Well, suddenly you're not so socially liberal anymore, because it's like socially liberal for who? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I guess sometimes I get curious, Matt. I feel like whether it's
socially liberal, fiscally conservative is Nucky Thompson from the show Boardwalk Empire. It's mob mentality. Like the mob or criminals will be the first to break racial barriers because they're trying to sell something. They don't care who they sell it to, or they don't care who, what you look like if you can do the work and be on, help them out doing a crime. Ergo, they're going to be a little bit socially more like, I don't care about race. It's capitalism. That's what that means. It's like, we want to sell to the most amount of people. Why would we be socially conservative and fiscally conservative? People don't like social conservative. People don't like this shit. It's known. It's proven. You can't change it, and they're trying, but it's not going to work.
Patrick Harris of it all. I wonder what it's like as a gay person to look at Israel, and I think one of the defenses that they go, hey, this place is more friendly towards gay rights than other places in the world, and that is the hook of, like, that's why I support this thing.
We will put a pin in Neil Patrick Harris that we will take out later in the episode, but I do think, just as a quick note, like, it's about realizing that, like, liberation for people is most certainly not a zero-sum game, and that, like, you as a white gay man are not the last frontier of liberation. That's what it means to me. And this is, like, such a syndrome that a lot of, like, white gay men have, frankly. I mean, a lot of people have it, but it's like white gay men have it in their own way, where they are just so invested in, like, LGBT pride causes or AIDS related causes, and that stuff is all good, but they think that it's, like, where it stops, and that if you have freedom to walk down the street in Tel Aviv as a gay man, then that's sort of like the moral end game for you as a human being on this planet. And it's like, well, I mean, it's just not. Like, there's just other people who have it worse than us right now. And that's not about making a competition of suffering. It's just like, okay, but I can understand my suffering and I am willing to fight back on it. So we should be able to do the same for other people. I always think about, like, Emil Wakim, who was on SNL for one season, should have been renewed, but wasn't. And he did this very brave moment on Weekend Update.
He did.
Where he was basically like, if you stop bombing Gaza, like, they'll say, oh, you can't have gay rights in Gaza. Like, stop bombing them. They'll get to gay.
Yeah.
But you have to stop bombing them first. And I think about it that way. It's not a zero-sum game where, like, I get my gay rights or Neil Patrick Harris gets his gay rights, and then, so Gaza can't have, or they get their rights in Gaza, so I can't have my rights as a gay man. It's just, you have to think bigger than that,
Yeah, it's really like a thing, like, not realizing, like, yeah, there's gay Palestinians. It's just not seeing, obviously, a group of people as people. And it's like, it's if we're talking about gay rights,
exactly.
It's not just gay rights of the people on this border that keeps expanding. It's global.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, not to zoom through a decade too quickly and not to simplify it, but this was sort of a theme throughout the 2010s where, like, Beyonce, Taylor Swift, Katy Perry, Gaga, Kesha, I mean, I just named women because that's who I think about as a gay guy who loves pop music, but everyone sort of, like, did this political pop. To me, this reached a saturation point.
Dude, Puff Daddy with Vote or Die in 2004. They all signaled, oh, we're Democrats. It's good. This is the right part. I think to that clip. Let me see if I can find this clip. The Goldberg. Yeah. This. Yeah. Well, okay. I don't know if I. So they don't have the clip, but this is like she's hosting the Oscars or something. Whoopi Goldberg. She's hosting the Oscars or something, an award show, and she just gets up there and goes, "Republicans are so stupid. I hate Republicans. Republicans get so," and she gets a clap every line. And, like, yeah, it was lazy. there is that kind of, I don't have to think about this. All I just got to go is like, I'm on this team. And I'll be just guaranteed to get more money from like young people or whatever demographic. It's marketing. It's all marketing.
With Taylor Swift's You Need to Calm Down music video, which sort of just represented homophobia as this like Westboro Baptist Church style, like incoherent hatred, which is not typically how homophobia, I think, shows up for a lot of people. And it just seems like a really cynical weaponization, I think, to a lot of gay people of like LGBT culture and celebrities. I also think about this decade through the lens of The Prom, which was it was a musical and then adapted by Ryan Murphy into a movie that was not good. But the premise is funny because The Prom is about a group of flailing celebrities who feel like they need to attach themselves to like a safe cause to revive their careers. So one of them goes on Twitter and learns that a high school in Indiana has canceled their prom because a lesbian student wanted to bring her girlfriend. So the celebrities then go to that town in Indiana and like cynically attach themselves to this girl's cause for their own benefit. And then of course it becomes like a heartwarming thing, but that's the premise. That's to me like a lot of the 2010s was celebrities being like, what's a brand safe cause to utilize for my career?
Well, I think what also needs to be mentioned is Beyonce's Super Bowl halftime show when she had the, revolutionary Black Panther aesthetics. It was very explicit in the symbolism, and there are still Beyonce fans who, just like other, stans of any major pop star, who try and do the whole no, Beyonce is actually, she's not just a billionaire, she's not just a massive brand, and everything she does is in service of that, who will still point to that Super Bowl performance as in no, but that's Beyonce. Don't focus on the fact that as Beyonce has become a billionaire, she and Jay-Z have only quadrupled their wealth, that they have become less and less even participating in this display of political aesthetics.
I mean, that's true. And also, what are they known for? They are musicians. When's the last time either of them put out music? Beyonce's the only one been put out music. And she's not like she, puts out a video and does interviews. They don't barely do interviews. They really act like fucking royalty. Like the Kardashians. It's fucking gross and weird.
There a picture of the two of them. They were like getting dinner with the Kushners, weren't they?
Yes.
A few months ago, Beyonce and Jay-Z were at some like fundraising gala or something with Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner sitting at a table with them. I mean, look, I know Beyonce has shooters, as do Lady Gaga and Taylor Swift and all these people. Obviously, I'm on Twitter. I know that they exist. You can love these people's work. I have loved a lot of these people's work, and you should be able to criticize them. But please just know that before you come into the comment section.
It's kind of the opposite of separating the art from the artist, where it's like, just because someone's art is good doesn't mean that the artist is good as well. If you're a fucking billionaire, that speaks a lot to who you are as a human being, and
because not every musician is a billionaire. There's something else you're doing. It's not just like she's so good a singer that she has $1 billion. Like,
don't have to go, oh, their art is bad, or their art doesn't even present as revolutionary, or their art doesn't say something good, but that doesn't mean the artist themselves is a good person. And I don't think they should be allowed to like ride on the image that they are a good person while they participate in bad things.
Yeah. This is a quote from an essay from Jason King in 2019 in Pitchfork called Activism, Identity Politics, and Pop's Great Awakening. Only a small handful of moneyed elite superstars have enough of a platform and budget to be able to make certain kinds of highly charged political statements, even in a diminished music economy. But the flip side is that those same artists are not likely to upset, disrupt, or criticize the capitalist system that has facilitated their success. And I think that's ultimately like what you saw happen with this decade, times, and
Yeah, somehow like Mark Ruffalo keeps doing it. And Mark Ruffalo, to me, never... I don't think about Mark Ruffalo, you know what I mean? Like, he's not Tom Cruise, he's not, I don't know, The Rock. Like, we don't even have new celebrities anymore. Jesus Christ. I think about Brad Pitt, I think about fucking Matt Damon. Like, who are the new celebrities? Timothy Chalamet. He's no Timothy Chalamet. But Mark Ruffalo keeps getting work. He's not fired from Disney. He's not, you know, he keeps getting work in like real Oscar movies. Because the people who truly make art are smart enough to know and be on the right side of shit. You know, Adam McKay was on This Space. Check out This Space, folks, over on YouTube. This Space, a whole leftist collective of people like these doing a lot of kind of videos like this. But we're streaming Monday through Thursdays.
Events changed, the political landscape became less conducive to celebrity branding, and the vast majority of them, I think, dropped that part of their brand as quickly as they'd adopted it. And I want to note here that Taylor Swift and Beyonce both recently showed their tour films in Israel. Now, anyone who knows about, you know, the boycott, divest, and sanctions movement knows that cultural boycott is a key component of that. You are not supposed to show your tour film in Israel. That's, you know, part of a peaceful protest against the genocide in Gaza. And I just remember specifically there was a video that came out of a movie theater in Israel. I don't know if you guys saw this.
I was at the screening.
Okay. All right, funny guy. Pack it up. They were in the theater and they were waving Israeli flags, singing "You Won't Break My Soul."
Yes. And all of that is part of reputational whitewashing. That is normalizing these unbelievable crimes against humanity that are committed on an every single day basis.
And of course, and it's like the reason they're doing it is because it's the bottom line is they want money.
The reason they're doing it is, again, like the Epstein class. They think hey, this artist I like, this musician I like, is playing in this country, who's been in the news and being criticized. If this artist that I like is playing in this country, that must mean the country's okay. That's how they think you think. That's how they think you think. I start going, oh my God, it's Saudi Arabia. It's got to be awesome because Bill Burr was there. I just more look at Bill Burr sideways now, that's all.
And it's the same way that a company, if they found out that, you know, they could dispose of their waste in the local lake and it saved them money, they would do it. But we have laws, hopefully, that are all going away, laws that say you can't. And when it comes to art, unfortunately, you might not have laws that govern where the art can be spent, and it's up to the fans to make economic decisions that put pressure on these. Because Beyonce's not a person, she's a company. It's about the consumers to enforce the social laws and pressures that force them to navigate things. I don't think they made the decision, and I could be wrong, I don't think they made the decision about Israel because it was like, well, I believe in the right for Israel to exist. They go, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and it's like, yeah, it's up to the fans, as annoying, or as they'll be painted as annoying or woke or whatever the fuck. That's the only guardrails that these corporate entities of artists have to guide them, because there's no laws. People are the laws. They are the rules. They are the guides. And it's tough if you love an artist, but that's your role as a consumer.
Exactly. I wanted to give a shout out to this show's longest running sponsor, Blue Land, for the show. So, I know that a lot of things have changed in the world since Trump won, since the 2010s, since this like sort of woke era of pop culture as we've been describing it. However, my personal thesis around all of this that we circled around a little bit is that October 7th fundamentally changed the way that celebrities think of themselves as like having roles in political discourse and their willingness to say anything about anything. Do you think that is a fair thesis?
Yeah, it made it way more complicated than I think it had been in the past. Even when I think about when I was younger, it was so easy to be like, oh, I'm a Democrat because it was centered around gay rights, which again, Democrats were never spotless in that record. But it was like, oh, this is an easy thing. It's like this side is against gay people getting married. This side is for it. And I think that childish view of the world, it was the celebrity view with a lot of issues. And suddenly they were like, oh, the world's more complex than this. And, all, it's not easy to make a statement and just rake in money.
Do any of you want to talk about your experience in the entertainment industry around and in the aftermath of October 7th? Because, like, I'll start. I'm like, does anyone want to talk about it? I do. But, like, I had representation as like an influencer at a big talent agency before October 7th. And I've told this story to my friends, but I started speaking out about Palestine because I thought it was the morally correct thing to do not long after October 7th, because the genocide started and ramped up very quickly. It did not go over well at that talent agency. And there were lots of headlines coming out at the time about all sorts of people, like more famous and in traditional media than I was, being punished by these similar talent agencies like Susan Sarandon, like Melissa Barrera. I remember before I was officially dropped by that talent agency, I at one point was in a Zoom call with celebrities, like real celebrities, who were all kind of like, getting from their fans online, like, what do you think about Israel? What do you think about Palestine? What do you think? October 7th, say something, say something, say something. And for the first time, like you said, John Marco, because a lot of these people had simplified ideas of just like, well, we're anti-Trump, so we define our politics as being anti-Trump. They were like, we don't know what to say, because we don't know a lot about this. And the sort of like institutional messaging around what you could and couldn't say was very explicit. And that, I think, is why I did not last at that talent agency. And that was totally fine, because now I do, everything by myself. And I'm very happy that way. But there was, and I think we all remember this, but especially if you were sort of inside of the entertainment industry around that point, there was a real silencing of dissent. I mean, like Melissa Barrera dropped from Scream. I think the chilling effect was just undeniable. And to me, that is the turning point, because as the genocide got worse and as public opinion changed and as it sort of just became undeniable, you couldn't deny what was in front of your eyes, a lot of people in entertainment were forced to do so. And look at what happened to Rachel Zegler, right? And just the constant harassment from entertainment media, from fans, from her own bosses. That muddied the waters in terms of celebrities feeling like they knew anything about anything or had a place in saying anything political about anything. I just think the chilling effect was so large. And so, am I going to ever be hired again if I step into politics? Meanwhile...
Yeah. Because the agencies are like, no. Like, you will be dropped. But, again, Mark Ruffalo, Disney, where's that? Is that going to happen? They're going to replace the Hulk?
3 years ago, you were talking about BLM. You were talking about gay marriage. You were talking about all of this stuff. But now it's all just too complicated because Palestine. Like, I really do think it's not all that simple, but I think that's a huge part of it.
I mean, it's stressful in a way. Like, you would...
Dude, Dave Chappelle hosted Saturday Night Live after the election in 2020, I think, because he did it in 2016 as well. This is when Kanye was like, I love Nazis or whatever. And he got up there and he said something about Kanye where, he's like, I reached out to him because apparently he's friends with him. I reached out to him, tried, hung out with him. He's okay, blah, blah, blah. And then he's like, it's interesting. Kanye had said some stuff about black people that they chose slavery. And he didn't lose brand deals. But say something about the Jews and, well, maybe they don't all rule Hollywood. But, look who you can and can't make fun of. And, like, I think that, again, like with all this Epstein shit and QAnon and Alex Jones being, like, partly true, or there's, like, seeds of truth in there somewhere, it's not Jews. It's Nazi. It's Zionists. Zionists are the things you can't make fun of. That's the real difference. It's not, Mel Gibson angry at his... Now, he is anti-Semitic. Mel Gibson is anti-Semitic, but it's really Zionists. Like, those are the people running everything. Because we have this plan.
I just speaking in terms of like what our businesses are, we have a very direct one-to-one relationship with people that ultimately result in us making a living. And I do think a lot of these actors, some of them, it's like they really are in this system that for some of them, they didn't realize how Zionist it was. And there's so many powerful people that have a firm line about this one thing. And listen, agents are not known for having kind of a strict moral backbone. They'll represent Tucker Carlson and Don Lemon on the same agency. If people understood who these agencies represented and how these three major agencies represent people across the spectrum, and in a way there was a freedom in that as a performer. You said, well, I didn't have to bend the knee to anything because they don't have any conscience. And then there was this one thing. There was this one thing where it was like, actually, we do care about that. And in a way, I didn't feel an effect because, frankly, I wasn't successful enough that it mattered. I wasn't in a movie to be kicked off of. My business is a one-to-one with people buying tickets or not. And I got the benefit, of course, of being a Jewish person, a Jewish man. Let's do a straight Jewish man. Let's do the full spectrum of all the privileges I had to speak out and be honest with whatever. But I think a lot of these actors were terrified. We're terrified because I think for some of them, it did threaten their whole livelihood and they didn't realize it. And unfortunately, they had benefited off the social causes that were easy to speak on and were confronted with something new. And it's like, yeah, you made a deal with the devil to a degree. And now you have to face it.
1,000% there was and still is blacklisting that's happening.
Yes.
When Melissa Barrera's firing was so public and caused a huge backlash. And I think that was not anticipated because, again, for the most part, in the entire history here, people have been kept in the dark about Israel's behavior. They have been largely like, oh yeah, Israel, democracy, ally in the Middle East, great friend to the U.S. And so when things started to switch, there was a backlash to these firings. And so what they did instead was they kept blacklisting, but they did it behind closed doors. They did not make it as obvious. And I remember, I covered this on stream on October 7th. And looking back on that was wild because I did not anticipate what would happen afterwards. And so my career, I was working in the entertainment industry, COVID happened, and then I switched to being a digital content creator. And I covered the events as they were unfolding on October 7th. And that led to crazy smear campaign, just the worst harassment I've ever experienced in my life. I was thinking to myself, if I were still trying to pursue a career in Hollywood, I'm fucked. Like, if I ever try to go back, and be a screenwriter, I still have some scripts floating around. Like, I still have a script at this one production.
Yeah, but you can do it. You can do it on your own. That's the beauty of the internet and social media and this bullshit that I'm talking into right now that I didn't value at all and still look down upon. It's stupid. It's useless. It's just a bunch of random people in their fucking houses talking into the camera. But who cares? Because so are the people in the studio talking to the camera. They're just idiot people too. So fuck it, we can all do it. And you can try as you might to change algorithms and push people to think a certain way and show them more of trad wives instead of, you know, goth chicks at punk shows. Bill is still gonna like that. They're gonna still go that way more often. Something new and exciting. We've seen that already. What haven't we seen? We're making new shit. We have imaginations.
Company, I am fucked because of how obviously the blacklisting of people who have this perspective have been taking this stance is. And I know we've mentioned talent, high profile talent who got fired, but do you all remember Maha Dakil, I think her name is?
Maha Dakil.
Yes, she was head of co-film at CAA, I think.
Yes.
And they came for her.
And you know what's fascinating about the Maha Dakil story? So she is one of the biggest agents at CAA, which is one of the biggest talent agencies in entertainment. She represents Tom Cruise, Madonna, Olivia Wilde, Natalie Portman, these enormous blockbuster artists. What happened, because what she posted on her Instagram story shortly after the genocide began was a graphic that said, if you're ever wondering what you'd be doing during a genocide, this is it. Which by today's standards is in sort of run-of-the-mill take. But at the time, you could not say that. But did they fire her? No, because she brought in too much money. What they did was they punished her within CAA. They took her off of some board that she was on, I think temporarily. And to me, the hope in that story is that, we need our own structures that have moral clarity.
And that's why we live in a capitalist country. And so part of it is like, you have to decide financially to support the things that you want. I don't think we're ever going to have a major agency. America will crumble before there is a major agency that competes with the big three that is not a very Zionist leading industry. It's not going to happen. That's why you got to support completely non-problematic celebrities like Tom Cruise, because those money people, they're but listen, the world's complicated. It's a good thing what Tom Cruise did.
To be clear, Tom Cruise stood up for Maha Dakil, and that's part of why they did not fire her completely.
Yes, and Tom Cruise he kills me because he's done a lot of great things. You know, how he protects people on sets, makes sure people are compensated, but then at the same time, it's just a little Scientology thing. But yes, you're right. It's like what needed to happen, and then what did happen was people with real power who Tom Cruise himself might not be, out there educating around what it means to be anti-Zionist, but he stepped in to use his power in the industry to stop them from completely throwing Maha Dakil in the trash.
And that's why it can sometimes feel exhausting. I do understand when people get kind of tired of celebrities choosing what pin to wear at whatever festival, and as if that's worthy of applause. But I will say that
we're gonna stop it here. When we get to here, you can't see this. When we get to here in the video, we're gonna stop.
When you have powerful celebrities who, like a Mark Ruffalo, who's going to continue working no matter what, they end up clearing a path to a degree of saying, like, look, your people can express this opinion without you blacklisting them. They become a coalition of, you can't get rid of 50 of these top earning actors. They use their money and their power to give head clearance for people beneath them, because ultimately sometimes these conversations we talk about Susan Sarandon, who, again, I admire what she does, but she's also okay. She's got money. There's people, I know a comedian where it's like they were fired from the agency and they don't have money. They're not going to get scooped up by UTA because this other agency dropped them. And those are the ones that we're not even talking about because we don't even know who they are, because they really took a hit. That's why it's not worthy. Oh, Beyonce did had a lyric that was cool 10 years ago. It is the chicks. They lost their career, and thus we don't even talk about them as much anymore.
Well,
that's how fucked.
Speak for yourself. I'm talking about them all the time.
and good, and that's putting your money where your heart is, and I'm never going to go in here like, oh, don't ever support or don't ever listen to the music. We can't deny what we want artistically sometimes, but you can go out of your way to financially support people whose views you admire, because the industry's not going to look out for the ethics. Tom Cruise, listen.
When I listen to, now I'm doing like reaction videos and shit. When I listen to like good albums, and I'm like, dude, that's worth like a couple bucks. I'll spend a couple bucks on something from the merch store. That's where I got some extra stickers for my water bottle. I'm gonna hit the bathroom. I will be right back. Okay, let's keep going.
I've stood up for that agent, but I promise you, when he wants L. Ron Hubbard's great-granddaughter to become a movie star, he's going to come knocking in and get that favor back. This is not an ethical industry.
I will say I still have I have a lot of empathy and sympathy for people who are caught between a rock and a hard place, because they don't have money and power like a Mark Ruffalo. But there are still a lot of people who don't have those protections, and yet you do have Tilda Swinton and Javier Bardem and Mark Ruffalo and Hannah Einbinder, and just a lot of big talent in the industry who have expressed publicly support for Palestinian liberation, have called the genocide a genocide. So when you have other famous names that are refusing to join them, it's like, I don't know anymore if this is working for you as far as the, oh, if I say anything, I'm screwed.
The last thing I want to say before we talk about the film festival that is still going on and the Shakespearean drama.
You as to join them, famous names, genocide. So when you have other famous names that are refusing to join them, it's like, I don't know anymore if this is working for you as far as the, oh, if I say anything, I'm screwed.
The last thing I want to say before we talk about the film festival that is still going on and the Shakespearean drama that is unfolding there, I just want to say, John Marco, when I went on your podcast a little while ago, it was still earlier in the genocide, and I have receipts of the chilling effect around free speech and entertainment affecting me in my own psyche. Nobody was telling me what to do. I had internalized the censorship, and I was self-censoring because after I got home from doing our recording, I messaged you on Twitter. Hi, babe. Thank you for having me today. I had fun. Quick edit request for you. Could you cut the part at the beginning where I'm like, is this a safe space to say fuck Israel? LOL. The message is true, but the tone didn't land how I like to. LOL heart.
Wow. He's trying to self-censor himself. That's open. That's honest.
Who was I censoring myself for? Like, this is the thing. I know that there are maybe a few celebrities who listen to this podcast. I don't say that to have a big head. I just know that that's true. And it's like, listen, as a podcaster, I know I'm not a movie star or a pop star or whatever, but like as a podcaster, I am in the rare privileged position to be financially supported through Patreon, through advertisers. I'm good. Who am I censoring myself for? That's the message that if you, not that this is just like a podcast for like the 3 celebrities who might be listening to this, but it's like, you're fine financially. Neil Patrick Harris, Michelle Yeoh, like we're going to talk about them, but like, who is this for? Is this so you can have a second beach house? I don't know. Listen, I'm not Mother Teresa. Like, I'm not an infallible, perfect person. I'm just like, in hindsight, I look at that self-censorship that I was doing, that I know a lot of these people with frankly a lot more money than me are doing, and I'm just like, for what? You know? That's my impassioned rant.
I just think, like, listen, when you look at what a movie costs to make, that's a little bit of a tangent, but there's someone who's been very much talking about Broadway, is the Sweaty Oracle is his name, and he like does kind of, you know, rants about Broadway and theater, and he's very, very funny, but he's been reflecting pretty harshly on how many Broadway producers and whatnot are in the Epstein emails. And I think the cynical part of me goes like, yeah, what did you think Broadway shows cost? If something costs $20 million to make, and that's the money that you need to fund, it's gonna be connected towards rich people. Rich people are connected to bad things because to get that fucking rich, oftentimes you have to be a little bit of a sociopath. And it's the same with movies where like, there's a degree where I think you get to this point, you don't know you're being constrained in your views because you haven't had to confront it or it's been easy, and you get to this certain level where you're working in movies and you get to work with cool people and fun projects, and you're famous and you're not just rich, you're filthy rich. And then you find out, oh, there is this one thing you can't talk about, and you're already here. And these movies cost a lot of money, and they are tied to a lot of people that will not put you in that big movie anymore. And you are going to be in pain, and you haven't been honest on the way up. You haven't necessarily expressed your views on the way up. You know, Rachel Zegler, she's expressed herself. She can now kind of, with a more clear conscience, continue to be a movie star, and anyone who works with her, producers, directors, they will have had to deal with the fact that she's been outspoken and she's expressed these things. Some of these celebrities, they never did. They never talked about anything. And it's true. Their careers might change. There might be some movies they lose if they speak out. And they can't expect people to not give them shit for it. That's the bargain you made. And yeah, it sucks. It sucks for you that if you speak out, it's going to affect some of the movies you get to do. That's life. That's life.
It's also like there are people who are speaking out who are students on visas.
Yes, exactly.
You have infinitely more protections and privileges than people who are getting yanked off the streets. Like a couple years ago, this environment of fear and chilling speech.
It was mocked. It was mocked by Joe Scarboroughs and the fucking, you know, the Obamas but now they're all, nobody's saying nothing. You know, even Obama's not saying shit. They're all just like, I don't know, Chuck Schumer. Maybe we can work with them. We'll get responsible Republicans.
People who were in a position to and didn't say anything, but now it doesn't work. It doesn't work because the other thing is that they're not just asking them about Palestine. It's like they're asking them about fascism in the United States. Yet they can't even. They're so afraid to say anything about fascism.
And the beautiful art that they make. Sorry, the beautiful art that they make, the movies or whatever. Having just recently, I just did kind of a tour of some countries in Asia, and you know, I'm going to Hong Kong, and I'm going to places where the art you can make is a lot more limited than it is in America or other parts of Europe or other parts in Asia too. But like, the rise of fascism will affect the art you're able to make, and maybe right now you're able to make that period piece where you get to talk about, you know, like a gay person in the Holocaust, and you get to talk about the struggle that they had, and you get to dive into humanity for now. But that was earned. That freedom was earned, and the things that we're talking about now will encroach on the movies that you get to make and the stories you get to tell. And that's the disconnect where you go like, don't you understand the movies that you're allowed to make were hard won by people who sacrificed
the
money
McCarthy trials
for humanity. And
They're
if you
gonna do
don't
more
have
of that,
power,
I'm telling you.
if you don't have power, like let's say, I don't think anyone's asking, you know, they're asking the big celebrities some of these questions, but like, let's say you're an actor and you're like, you're broke, you got in a movie, it's shocking, it's in a festival, but you were paid SAG rates, so you don't have any money from this. You could go, I'm scared to say what I think because I'm worried it's going to have an impact. Like, at least say that.
Yeah.
Even that is better than going like, oh, I got a lot of...
What is this? What happened? My camera will go off? But like, why is it? That's weird. All right. Is that okay? my Streamlabs were freaking out for a second.
Thoughts, and you'll be hearing from me at some point. Just say it. Be honest about it.
Especially when you have athletes at the Olympics who are speaking out more than these artists who have in the past, you know, proudly talked about how political these film festivals are and how important the role of art can play, inspiring conversation and fostering human connection. And like, just the fact that the silence from these artists, this attempt to claim apolitical status, when you got goddamn skiers pissing in, or sorry, what is Gus Kenworthy a skier? Gus Kenworthy who peed fuck ice.
You're asking the
ski or snowboard.
Skier, snowboard. You got skiers pissing fuck ice into the snow.
I love that the one sports question was like the only time in the last hour and a half that there's been total silence.
But per your point about money, like people with a lot of money and power, you know, speaking out, like it's the same with athletes. Like if you're brutally talented, like, you know, Muhammad Ali, it was a degree of like, what are you going to do? Take him out of boxing? And this is the marketplace. People are going to fill up Madison Square Garden to see this guy throw a punch. And it's like, that's a lot of power. And he used that power to speak honestly in a way where no one could be like, hey, you talk like that again, we're not going to let you in the ring. In Hollywood, that is true a lot. But with athletes especially, it's like, if you're fucking the best, nothing
Yeah, it's
anyone can
LeBron
do to shut
James.
you up.
But also, what I want to
Really,
say is, like,
LeBron James? You think you're gonna get fired from the NBA? Like, but I just don't think, they're told by their family growing up. It's internalized fear of white supremacy. Don't speak out. Don't be that person. We love Muhammad Ali for doing that because it was brave, and we're not brave.
like when Muhammad Ali spoke out when he, said, I'm not gonna go fight over in Vietnam in this bullshit war. That was at a time when he really was one of the few prominent superstars that was saying that, in the same way that the Chicks in 2003, especially as country artists, they really were on an island. And so right now there's such an outcry. You got people in Minnesota who are like, I have never protested a day in my life. They're on the news saying this, but fuck this shit. I am going out because I can't, I will not sit here and do nothing. And so this is not even a time period that, if you say something, then, you're going to be by yourself and you have to shoulder all of that backlash.
Yeah.
I want to shout out Rocket Money for sponsoring this episode. It is an
Folks, I'm gonna pause it there. I think that's a good way to end the stream. Let me find out who's streaming, and I'm going to rate them. Or if you're live, I'm coming for you. No, you're not. But Barbara is.
I know.
Okay. Folks, thank you for watching. I'm off for today. What's today? Sunday. Tomorrow, Monday. I might stream tomorrow. I might be streaming tomorrow. We'll see. And if not, I'll see you on Tuesday on this space, 6 p.m. Eastern. Right now, we're going to raid Barbarin. He's playing Resident Evil 4. I gotta get back to that game and fucking finish it. Because it's my favorite Resident Evil game, and I got the remake, and I played it only a little bit. Maybe I'll stream that tomorrow. That'll be fun. Alright, let's see. Let's see if I remember to do that. Oh, come on. Hang on a second, folks. Logging into Twitch. Alright, well, I can't. So I'll rage Sean the Black. on YouTube. Take care, folks.